Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 coverage here at the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open presented by Lexus. We are breaking into the middle of a Pro Mixed Doubles matchup. We have Pickleball and Jade Kawamoto on the near end, taking on Thomas Wilson and Vivian David on the far end. David and Wilson took Game 1 11-8, and we are currently in the middle of Game 2. We'll get a quick score here from Brett Hutless, our USA Pickleball certified referee. 5-1 is our score currently. Barr and Kawamoto out in front. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here courtside for our Pro Mixed Doubles day here on CC1. We will have 2 courts available today. Double the action for our Pro Mixed Doubles. Lots of great teams in the mix here today. A little change from yesterday. Sun is out and shining here. A lot of cloud cover yesterday. So definitely players going to have to deal with the sun aspect that they did not really deal with yesterday. And we did mention yesterday continues to be an issue here today. These courts a little tight at Palmetto Dunes. Certainly a player like Pickleball, who's very large, moves around a lot. A little tight for him, gonna cause some issues for some players for sure, but oh.
Interesting. Yes, Lauren, thanks for that lovely introduction. Tight court's not an issue for me.
Nope.
Don't do as much moving as the big man Pickleball. And we definitely have an interesting dynamic here. Pickleball and Vivian David played several tournaments last year and this year together. Vivian now playing with Thomas Wilson, and I believe this is the 3rd or 4th tournament for Dekel and Jade Kawamoto.
Hopefully you joined us last weekend in Houston where Thomas Wilson and Vivian David took home the gold medal in mixed doubles, playing absolutely lights out. They're certainly hoping to recreate the magic of last weekend here in Hilton Head.
Great athletic move from Thomas Wilson. Yes, Thomas and Vivian, very, very good friends off the court as well, along with Thomas's wife, Brittany, all living in the same area around Austin, Texas, so it made a lot of sense for them to play together.
Of course, Jade Kawamoto, one half of the Kawamoto twins. Jackie is not able to be here this weekend. Both sisters working for the NCAA. Pretty demanding jobs, so I assume Jackie is dealing with some work stuff that she was not able to get out of this weekend. But happy to have Jade here. She is a lefty, so good fit for that right side, of course.
Pickleball unfortunately hitting that ball from Vivian David, who's going to sail to the back fence. Hard to lay off those sometimes.
Yes, ma'am. 8-2-2.
Oh,
Is Dekel blocking? Yeah, I think Dekel might be. Yeah, I can't. Dekel's blocking. He's a large human, so that makes sense. Interesting here.
Side out.
I mean, Thomas Wilson promising it was in. Barr was going to give it to him, but
yeah, that was an interesting exchange for sure.
2-8. Second server.
Nice pull from Vivian David. Catching Jade Kawamoto a little off guard late on the counterattack.
2-8.
Yeah, so we initially, when we came on air, we did have the score backwards. We had 5-1 for Kawamoto and Bar, and that was reversed, as you can see now, with Wilson and David with an 8-5 lead.
Side out.
Getting started here
8-3.
into the day. 8-3 is our score here in game 3. Excuse me, game 2.
Second server.
Vivian David trying to speed up on Deckelbar's line. Hundreds of hours of drilling between those two.
8-3-2. Point.
Nice drive from Thomas Wilson on that back hip of Deckelbar, who was leaning towards the middle, which you will often see in mixed doubles.
Jade going for that lob, just pushing it a little bit.
I think it was the old double lob, Lauren. The double lob rarely works. You usually stick with one, you can make it work. But anyone pulls off a double lob in the same point, very impressive.
Point. Game. Match. 11-3.
All right, and that is in. So Thomas Wilson and Vivian David will come out on top here over Kawamoto and Bar. A couple notable teams have already been beaten here today. Sarah Ansbury and Ryler DeHart have been knocked into our backdraw. Michelle Esquivel, Pablo Tellez, Millie Rain and Gabriel Tardio, Bobby Oshiro and Alex Newman.
Susanna Barr and Kyle Yates.
Yep. We got Lauren Stratman and Rafa Hewitt doing work in the backdraw. Is that a leaf blower?
Oh, yeah.
I was like, what's happening? So we have a couple, again, a lot of big-name teams here today. We'll take a short break. We're back into the action here in Hilton Head for our Pro Mixed Doubles Day. We'll see you soon.
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey, Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Head Pickleball pregame show. I know we've already kicked off into the action since we were in the middle of the match when we went live this morning, but definitely wanted to come out here on court and welcome you properly here, of course, in the Head Pickleball pregame show. We are back at gorgeous Palmetto Dunes here in Hilton Head, South Carolina. Sarah Ansbury, the head pro here, has done a absolutely phenomenal job turning what was strictly a tennis center into now a booming pickleball community here on the island. So we are thrilled to be back here for our third year here on the APP Tour. Hopefully you joined us yesterday for our singles day. It was absolutely an out-of-control day of pickleball. The crowds, the action on court was through the roof. So thank you so much if you joined us yesterday. But we're back here with our mixed pro doubles day. Tomorrow will be men's and women's. And because this is a Tier 1 event, we will conclude our weekend on Sunday with Championship Sunday. All of the gold medal matches in our pro brackets will be played one place, one time, one day on Sunday. So definitely put that on your calendar. We are streaming 2 courts live today, though, so extra pickleball fun for you guys at home. We are on Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitter live streaming. So thank you so much for your support. Definitely hit subscribe, like, share, all those awesome things that help us out and get more people here watching this great pickleball action. Again, into the action already. We're into about the second round of our pro mixed doubles bracket. You can follow along on pickleballtournaments.com to see where your favorite team is faring, but we will keep the action rolling here on CC1. Check out CC2 if you are looking for some extra action and possibly some teams that you're not seeing on Center Court 1 here today. But lots of action all the way through our bronze medal match. Thank you again. It is a gorgeous day. The sun is shining. Definitely going to be putting on the sunblock today, but we'll see you guys back here in just a couple minutes as we continue the action in Hilton Head.
This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work. intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities with a bold new take on the Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
Welcome back, everyone, to Pro Mixed Doubles Day here at the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open presented by Lexus. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here for what is sure to be a really fun matchup here. We have Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier taking on Lee Whitwell and Julian Arnold. Adam, you want to take us through their journey here to this matchup?
Let's go. So we have Johnson and Frazier. This is our first quarterfinal matchup. Who, 1 second. Nice backhand ding from Baby Dill to get things started on point one. Johnson and Frazier beating Megan Fudge and Brendan Long, 11-8, 11-9, and Whitwell and Arnold taking down Maggie Remenzi and Andre Daescu.
Tight three-game match for them, so should be a good one here in our quarterfinals. Diane Anderson is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this matchup.
Nice block from Lee Whitwell. You're exactly right. A tight three-game match as it was 13-11 in game 3 for Whitwell and Arnold. So, yes, that qualifies as tight.
So while the sun is out and shining, it is still a little cool here in Hilton Head. Coming over to the courts this morning, still in the low 60s. A little bit of a breeze, so definitely that ball still traveling a little bit quicker in the cooler temps. It will definitely warm up a little bit here today, but not expected to be above the mid-70s for the day, so should be a really nice day of pickleball.
Yeah, Lauren, just like you said, cool breeze, warm sun, no big deal. You know, just picture perfect conditions for pickle.
0-0-2.
Already the Whitwell earnings begin.
And Julian doesn't just have to get fired up for himself. He'll get fired up for his partner too.
100%.
So he does not discriminate.
Don't worry, we'll get those replays rocking on the Whitwell earnings just to make sure. We just like to make sure with her.
She just, sometimes she strolls through that NVZ,
2-0-2.
I gotta say, appreciate the color coordination between Whitwell and Arnold.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she's rocking. Oh, those are bright blue tights. I like that.
0-2-1.
Nice poach there from Frazier. Set up that 3-punch combo.
1-2-1.
Nice volley from Lee Whitwell. Looking for the kids. And the kids, I mean Johnson and Frazier. Look for them to definitely push the pace a little bit more than Arnold and Whitwell. Whitwell likes those patterns, likes the dinking, likes the resetting. Obviously, Julian Arnold, a very offensive player.
Oh my gosh. Collision.
Wow.
Do we have that?
Yeah, oh man, that was a good one. That was real contact there, Lauren. And they're chuckling about it back there. So nobody.
Like a hockey hip check into the boards.
Hip check. That's exactly what it was.
Whitwell, 48 years old, in the Villages of Florida right now. Splits her time, I believe, still between there and Dripping Springs. But Julian Arnold in Austin, Texas, 31 years old, and we saw him yesterday in all his glory, get himself into Championship Sunday in our gold medal match.
1-2-2.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Lauren, I'm not sure I'd want to hip check Lee Whitwell because she's big into CrossFit. She crosses her fingers and hopes her clothes fit. She told me that.
That is a
she
Lee
told me
Whitwell
that, yes.
special. I have no doubt. Speaking of Lee, we have to give a shout out to her mom, who's always watching and cheering her on. It's a requirement whenever she is on center court. And a big put away with the Lee Whitwell left-handed forehand.
And a great initial speed up from Lee Whitwell. We don't see her speed up too frequently. Definitely the least speed ups on the court.
Yeah, Whitwell definitely that steady player. A lot of resets, a lot of blocks, which she's very good at. Certainly not known for that quick paced style of play. She can handle it well, blocks and resets, but usually isn't going to get into a huge hands battle with anybody.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. She's more comfortable counter-attacking than initiating. Obviously not that she can't do it, but when she's picking her spots well, she can be a solid offensive player, but she does prefer the defense and the rhythm of the dinks and the blocking. So I expect to see a lot of that moving forward.
I mean,
yeah,
foot fault regardless.
Yeah,
so
definitely, the referee did not call that foot fault, correct?
I don't know what Dan was just saying something about over there.
I mean, it obviously didn't matter, but very interesting to see if she
It
actually
wasn't called
that.
immediately,
Yes. Right.
so I wasn't sure if she ultimately was like.
2-3-1.
Sometimes it takes a hair for the refs to actually make the call. Oh, net cord off the Arnold flail.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw this out there, Lauren, for my point of emphasis of the day is to chuckle less. I struggle with that. It's my note to myself. I struggle with it. All the replays, I'm just laughing, and I'm going to try to cut that down, but no promises because I'm having fun out here. Let's be clear.
I enjoy it. I'm going to say I understand your point. It's tough, but I enjoy a good Adam Stone chuckle. I'm not going to lie. I know, because you're allowed to laugh. It's funny. Georgia Johnson, 16 years old, in Boynton Beach, Florida. Dylan Frazier, I don't believe he has turned 21 yet. I'll have to double check with him. I think his birthday is later in the year. So he's on the verge, I believe, of turning 21, but in Ashland, Missouri. Currently a full-time student at the University of Missouri.
And we got an update from his mother yesterday that Dylan Frazier played baseball, football, basketball, spike ball, and something else growing up. Soccer before going full-time pickle. So
I mean, no surprise, an athlete.
Yes, oh for sure.
Athlete all around.
So maybe didn't commit to one sport, other than pickleball, but now that he has, absolute force to be reckoned with out here. Yeah, look for that to be a pattern going forward as well, as Julian Arnold definitely likes to take a lot of court and mix, so the balancing of when to attack his partner, when to go behind him is going to be important for Frazier and Johnson.
Ooh, Frazier just ramping up those hands.
Timeout, receivers. 8-3-1. 1 minute.
Yeah, and it's a tough spot for Lee Whitwell, too, because she has Dylan Frazier in front of her, and then a heavy two-handed backhand from Georgia Johnson on the cross-court side. So whether it's initiating a speed-up or counter-attacking with power instead of a block, it puts her in a tough spot when you have that electric hand speed and the heavy hitting Georgia Johnson cross-court from her.
Yeah, a lot of intensity coming at her, and Kathy Dimitri right now screaming in the face of Julian Arnold.
Speaking
with
of
all
intensity.
of the heads.
Yes.
I mean, those two were yelling at each other all day yesterday in singles. Kathy Dimitri knows how to bring
And I promise
the
you,
fire.
yes, the fire. And I promise you, Julian Arnold loves it. If
my
if
gosh.
someone is reciprocating his energy, my goodness, it just takes him to a whole nother level. Commanding lead in game one from Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson, up 8-3.
Time in. You have 8. 8-3-1.
what? Oh, no.
She tried to
Off the
pull it
massive
back.
bicep of Lee Whitwell. Just, you see it ricochet off the muscle? Just like, bam.
Boom. Yeah, crazy gets. Nice scrappy play from Julian Arnold. But too much offense from the youngsters.
Definitely going to have a packed house here at Palmetto Dunes for all of the awesome action. It was packed yesterday for Singles Day, which doesn't often happen. Georgia Johnson, her face said, "Oh, well, wasn't expecting that, but I will certainly take it," as she aces Lee Whitwell on the serve.
Yeah, funny reaction.
10-3-1. Point game 11-3. Johnson and
I mean, there's too much here in game one. Georgia Johnson bouncing like she loves to do, feeling good. Got to carry that into game two as they switch ends. We'll take a short break, back with that second game right after this.
Fruit Smash Super Hot Seltzer with real juice. It's party juice.
Welcome back, everyone, to gorgeous Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, here at Palmetto Dunes Pickleball and Tennis Center for our third year in a row here on the APP Tour. Love this venue, love the people, and I am loving my pickleball right now. And for everyone wondering, our second streaming court should be up shortly. They're getting last preparations done, and I believe their next matchup is they're hoping to go live over there. So definitely keep an eye on YouTube. Keep refreshing the homepage until that second court pops up if you are looking for that extra action. But right now, Julian Arnold and Lee Whitwell on the near end, taking on Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier on the far end. Frazier and Johnson pretty dominant in game one. There are 3 seed here today in mixed doubles. Whitwell and Arnold, the 6th seed.
A little bit of a late break on that Ernie. I think it was definitely there as Whitwell's soft shot sat up a little bit, but Baby Dill unable to convert.
Oh, I mean,
it's just
Baby Dill just grew up before my eyes. That was a man that did that shot. My goodness.
Yes, I have to balance out using Baby Dill because he just seems to continue to light everyone up. He's just no longer a baby at all.
Good talk between Whitwell and Arnold. Oh my gosh.
Left side player Lee Whitwell. That was extremely slippery on the misdirect on the forehand side. I mean, no chance for Georgia Johnson. Way too good from Lee Whitwell.
Ooh.
2-1-2.
I think Arnold might have overdone that a little. I don't think he needed to be that
1-2-1.
over there in front of Whitwell. I think certainly needs to find that balance. You mentioned, he's going to be looking to take a lot of court, which is fine. Good with that. Just got to know when's a little too much.
Yes, absolutely. It is a delicate balance, Lauren. And while Julian is much faster than me, I have some issues putting pressure in the middle and covering back behind me in mixed. So I caramba muchacho, I believe, is exactly what Julian
That was
said.
a quote from Julian Arnold right there.
Yes, so and I can't describe how delicate the balance is. 6 inches too far, you're a villain, and you don't do enough. They want you to get in there in the mix. So very difficult to find that balance, especially for a player with a little bit smaller wingspan like Julian Arnold does. But we'll see if he can find that balance moving forward.
And also, he's just so quick. So he gets to everything. We saw it in singles yesterday. So I understand he knows he can get there and wanting to kind of cover, but he needs to give Whitwell enough space to feel comfortable out there. Oh.
Yeah, nice look on the shake and bake attempt. She was right where she needed to be, a little too extended on the forehand side, having some fun with the fans as usual.
I saw exactly what she said to the crowd. A little softly to get that reaction. I cannot repeat it, as this is a string for children.
Yeah, what a spot. Mid-paced attack from Georgia. Knee level of Lee Whitwell. Excellent execution from Georgia. Yeah, some net assistance, but either way, good hands and good put-away power from Georgia Johnson.
I think Whitwell and Arnold are doing better here in the second game of not letting them get too hot.
Yeah, smart move. It's just a tough situation to be in when you're facing Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier. Sometimes you're going to have some stretches where you feel a little helpless, and it's not the best feeling. But I do think that has been a little better to start game two, and they're going to need some more of that to get back into this match.
Yeah, Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson have played together several times. Good friends, obviously. Dylan Frazier back with J.W. Johnson this weekend in men's tomorrow. So they know each other very well. They know each other's roles on the court, how that plays out well. do believe that Whitwell and Arnold have played together in the past as well. Probably not as often maybe as Johnson and Frazier. But I do like their chemistry on court. I know Whitwell can sort of bring the energy that Arnold needs in a partnership.
He says, oh my God, short. I think you're right, Lauren. I think Lee Whitwell is probably one of her best attributes, that she can kind of adapt to what her partner needs in terms of personality. Nice shot from Lee with the setup and Julian Arnold with the finish.
7-2-2.
Oh, yeah, a little miss hit there from Frazier as Whitwell was looking for that Ernie.
Yes, and a nice spot low at the left foot of Dylan Frazier, who was looking for an opportunity to be aggressive in the middle. Dylan almost always flips that ball at the right shoulder of the player in front of him, and he went with an inside-out soft shot and got Julian Arnold very much off balance.
Lee Whitwell, what? I mean, just handling Dylan Frazier like it is no big deal.
That was fun, Lauren.
Oh my gosh.
I liked that one.
That was...
And I like that one.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
The previous one you talked about, definitely too much for Julian. I'm okay with that one, and you heard him exclaim, "I'm so tiny." He wants a little extra wingspan, and I think he would have come up with that ball.
Yeah, and when you're lunging over, it puts you at an even lower position. So when you're coming over that ball, it's just really flat.
Point.
Couple nice soft shots behind Julian Arnold by Dylan Frazier, balancing out those speed ups to the middle or at Lee Whitwell, and soft behind Julian.
Once over into another court.
And that's often, granted, sometimes you can go behind a dominant male player with pace and power, but I find it more effective to be a softer shot behind an aggressive male that does kind of keeps them at bay and can be a more effective weapon.
Absolutely.
8-3-2.
Oh, was that the first Andiamo of this entire match?
Seems crazy considering we're in the later stages of game 2, but I think you're right, Lauren.
This night angle there. All right. Thank you for the update in the chats as we look at our brackets. A definite upset alert. Mary Brasha and Federico Staxrud defeating the #1 seed of Simone Jarchin and J.W. Johnson. 6-11, 11-7, 12-10. That is a phenomenal result for the two of them. We will have Brasha and Staxrud up next here on CC1, taking on the Prof, Corinne Carr and DJ Young.
Yeah.
Can you be objective, Adam
Oh,
Stone?
absolutely. I'm very good at being objective. She makes a mistake.
Your honor.
Oh,
Your honor.
I am on her. But yes, very interesting result. The #1 seed and the number 16 seed.
Great job from Johnson with those pickups from Arnold, but the soft touch is finally what gets it done. So Arnold showing he's got that soft side. He's got that soft side to him.
Hey, ferocious on court, soft off court, and we saw it right there on court. Yeah, too much pressure. Great Ernie setup from Georgia Johnson, then clean up from Dylan Frazier. But yeah, Julian Arnold, he has a lot of layers, Lauren. You know, he's a very complex guy. Very complex.
Absolutely.
Yes. 9-4-2.
Well, Johnson and Frazier are now pulling away a little bit again here in this second game. Whitwell doing a great job just backing up those couple feet and just giving Arnold all the room to work with he needed there.
Yeah, he was in full commitment. If Dylan went behind him, he would have been in big trouble. Nice, 2 great pressure points from Julian Arnold, stepping in front of his partner with a big forehand and then cleaning it up himself on the previous point.
Second server. 5-9-2.
Goes for an up the middle shot there from Whitwell. Just didn't quite get on top of it enough, sails it long.
Yeah, and I think that it was a reasonable decision. Georgia Johnson very late coming over to the middle. Just a little late, meaning catching the ball behind his body by Dylan Frazier. Always want that out in front if we can. Nice partner communication. Julian letting Lee Whitwell know it's sailing long. She pulls back, and it does go long. Great point from Arnold and Whitwell trying to creep back in game 2. Not the way to do it.
Winner of this matchup will face Vivian David and Thomas Wilson in the semifinals.
5-9-2. A recall score. 5-9-2.
Oof, excuse me, I misspoke. The winner of our next match will face Vivian David and Thomas Wilson.
Yeah, nice matrix from Julian Arnold, who recreated it after the point was over.
Winner of this will face the winner of Anna Bright and James Ignatowicz versus Andrea Koop and Zane Navertil. So all of our quarterfinals rocking.
Yeah, uncharacteristic miss. She's muttering something to herself. The fans always enjoy Lee Whitwell.
She's a crowd pleaser, without a question. Without a question?
Without
a doubt.
Okay.
We're making up phrases again. I knew already. Arnold was complaining about the white Franklin paddle. I have heard players say it's hard to see the ball coming off a white paddle.
I talk about background all the time, and it could be the backdrop of the court, or it could be coming off the paddle or player clothing. It's a real issue.
match point here for Johnson and Whitwell. Johnson and Frazier. I am off to a strong start today.
Shouldn't have said anything. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice you said the wrong thing.
So it is Johnson and Frazier who will come out on top here. They head to the semifinals. We will head to the Franklin studio to talk to them as Whitwell and Arnold relegated to our bottom half of the bracket now to try and grind their way back into our bronze medal match. Thank you so much for joining us here on CC1. Still working on getting CC2 up and running. We'll keep you guys posted on that. But don't go anywhere. Taking a short break and then back with that other quarterfinal match right after this.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Do their fragging seat.
Rose, hit me.
I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
Well, what's up with this team sheet?
Inverted fullback and a false nine?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it until you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier as they head to the semifinals. You guys have played several tournaments together. You've had good success with each other, have reached the top of the podium one time, looking for another. What makes it so fun playing with Dylan, knowing each other so well, and just kind of having the comfortability on the court because you guys have played together before?
It's just nice to know what your partner's going to do all the time, which is just comes with experience. And Dylan's a great partner, and it's super fun to be out here with him.
I mean, we talk all the time. You got full-time college duties. You're rocking the pro pickleball scene as well. Do you have any downtime? Is there a break during the summer? It's just all pickleball again. What do you do as a college student outside of pickleball that's just enjoying the college experience and being a young person?
Hanging out with friends mostly when I'm not doing schoolwork. We'll go to the rec center every once in a while, play some basketball. We just actually started a basketball league, or I joined with my friends. So we won our first game. Let's go. But yeah, so there's not a lot of free time, but when I do have it, it's mostly just hanging out with friends. Pickleball is my free time. That's what I like to do in my free time.
All right, well, I like it. Got to be young. You only live once. Got to have fun with the friends. All right, you guys are into the semifinals. We'll see you there. And we are coming up next with another quarterfinal matchup. As we mentioned, Marriott Brasha and Federico Staksrud took down the #1 seed of J.W. Johnson and Simone Jardim. So they take on Corinne Carr and DJ Young here in the quarters. Coming at you right after this.
Let's go pickleball.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Do their fragging seat.
Rez, hit me.
I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
What's up with this team sheet?
Inverted fullback and a false 9?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it, so you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
First it was just like these distant roars in the dark, you know? But then they started getting closer and closer, and that's when I saw it. This was no bear. It was like a bear squatch.
And that's over now.
What?
Dad, what's a bear squatch?
It's a cross between a bear and a sass. It's made up.
With capability comes responsibility. The legendary Lexus GX. With Apple CarPlay support.
He's usually sleeping.
He'll never sleep again.
Welcome back, everyone. A light breeze billowing in the palm trees here in Hilton Head, South Carolina. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here courtside for another quarterfinal matchup in our pro mixed doubles bracket here today. Mary Brasha and Federico Staxrud with the upset find themselves here in the quarterfinals, taking on Corinne Carr and DJ Young.
Billowing. I like that.
I know, it was like just a light billow, not a gusty billow, just to be clear. So again, Staxrud and Brasha, unexpected perhaps team to have made it here into the quarters. So Young and Carr going to have to make some adjustments, as I have to just assume they were planning on playing the #1 seed of J.W. Johnson and Samuni Jargin. What is going to be the adjustment, you think, in their minds in terms of having to shift from thinking they were playing one team to now another?
Absolutely. This happens quite a bit. Things usually go as planned until they don't. So often you're in this situation, and you can't really plan too far ahead, I think. So I've made that mistake several times of kind of looking deeper into the draw, and that can very much be a mistake. But let's be clear. Definite upset, but I do not believe the true talent level of Brasha and Staxrud is the 16 seed. I think it's much better than that. So for sure upset, but maybe a little less surprising than that initial reaction when you see the draw.
So Corinne Carr and DJ Young on the far end. Federico Staxrud, Mary Brasha on the near end for game one. Joey Jones, our USA Pickleball certified referee.
Side out.
Yeah, had DJ Young had Federico Staxrud in the air. No chance for Federico to get that ball, but unfortunately DJ missed it wide.
So Young and Carr have paired up a couple times here in the last few months. What do you think is a good fit between the two of them in terms of a partnership? After this. Oh, hey-o, Mary Brasha.
That was very good. Yes, so it works well. Carr definitely more of a right side player and has trouble taking too much court on the left. And what I'm talking about is women's. So so she's comfortable on the right in mixed, obviously, that she plays most of the time, but also that's her role that she prefers in women's as well.
So while Young and Carr a little more established in the game, I think Federico Staksrud, mostly known for singles, he's still working on that doubles game, definitely putting in a lot of work, showing the improvements. Mary Brasha and him have teamed up the last several tournaments as well. Here, missing some here or there, but starting to work on gelling this partnership here. But I think we're still gathering information on how they are doing as a pair.
Yes, you're exactly right, Lauren. Much more established in their roles and their consistency, playing several times together, Carr and Young. And they're trying to find that perfect balance, Brasha and Staksrud still. Found a pretty good balance their last round and off to a great start in game one in this matchup.
For sure. I think they're still hoping for some better results. This may be one of the better results they've already had here getting into the quarterfinals against a very deep draw here in mixed doubles, but looking to improve upon that for sure. Oh.
Yeah,
Good
great
body shot.
Yeah, great deception from Federico. DJ thinking he was going to try to force that ball to Corinne Carr, but he went right at DJ, catching him in the left hip.
Oh, DJ Young with that patented runaround forehand at the angle, just so good.
Yes, lots of options and just a great shot for him to keep the guy honest in mixed doubles.
Great spot. He knew Staksrud was going to be coming up from the stack.
And Staksrud extremely quick, so while he did have a window of opportunity, it closed quickly, but he found that window. Made the tougher shots, Corinne Carr, and then missed a little simpler, closer to the court reset.
Oh, going long.
Yeah, definitely long,
Very
but well disguised. You saw both players kind of holding in that low crouch, getting ready for anything. Great spot from DJ Young, able to get at the left foot of Mary Brasha. If he pushes that ball a little more to her left, she probably would have left it for Federico.
Oh, yeah, Brasha just, of course, accidental. Bit of a pop-up. I think maybe thought Staksrud was coming in there, forced that mistake a little bit.
Yeah, he said me, but she was already kind of committed to hitting it. It's a tough spot to be in. And tough break. Good initial two-handed backhand. Just not getting on top of that last ball. And obviously confusion in the middle. A little more prevalent in mixed doubles than gender, even though it happens in both.
Ooh, Carr with the attempted ATP.
I didn't actually see her hit that, but I heard the dreaded ting.
Yep.
Never like to hear the ting when going for the ATP. Nice volley from Corinne Carr, but Federico definitely making a mistake that he usually does not.
Great spot with that two-handed backhand.
Yeah, we're always working on that two-handed backhand. She's so much better when she really releases on it instead of kind of guiding the ball. We'll see if she can continue to do that. Yeah, friendly roll over the tape, throwing off Federico Staksrud's rhythm. As Carr and Young trying to work their way back into game one. Water bottle on court. Mary Brasha taking care of that.
Corinne Carr, 34, in Holly Springs, North Carolina. The two of you recently just moved into a new house.
Wow. Crazy. The Ernie into the ATP. Very nice. Yes, we did move into a new house. Still in the moving process, as you all know, who have done it before. Moving is hard.
It is not fun.
It is not fun. And I would say 92% of our belongings together are hers. So
that makes sense. You were a bit of a nomad.
Yes,
Adam,
yeah,
so.
for sure. Nomadic for several years before the prof, but happy to be settled down. She's a lovely lady.
How are we called? 4-6-2.
A little net cord there throwing off Brasha.
Yeah, she's got basically no shot when it clips the tape. Friendly roll from DJ Young and Corinne Carr, and I'm sure they will take it.
Good hands from Brasha.
Yeah, she weathered that storm nicely, but I think if that exact shot comes up too frequently, it's going to be an advantage for DJ Young.
Carr and Young, a bit of a switch up on the stack.
Yeah, Corinne talked to me a little bit about that, having some trouble getting from that left side to the right side, as she does qualify to be a pregnant lady right now.
I think that is fair.
So choosing, so kind of a half stack, so choosing to return to play their same positions. And a lot of times when we played together, she did play the left, so she's comfortable over there in mixed especially. Nice spot from Federico, handcuffing Corinne Carr on her left hip. Yeah, a little too much court for her to cover on the left side in women's, but mixed, very comfortable over there.
Oh, Brasha really let that get on her. Was in a tough sort of in-between, being able to volley that, letting that bounce.
Yes, that was the definition of the in-betweener.
5-8-1.
Corinne Carr pulling back, hoping that ball would sail long. It does not. Nice two-shot combination from Federico, getting back over to his left side to clean it up. That's a great move. Yeah, he's worried about where he was going to land, I think, and that could have contributed to the error, but I like the move from DJ Young.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The Professor is the MVP of that rally ultimately, as she saves DJ Young after he bursts in front of her. Couldn't get it, and she has to scramble back. Unbelievable. Oh my gosh. A lot happened during that.
There we go, and that's the one right there. Corinne Carr occasionally struggling with the backhand counter, but she can really let it fly on the forehand side, and she has that luxury in mixed doubles because she could step over to her left. Yeah.
5-8-1.
Okay, Corinne Carr with the scoot around Ernie on that backhand side.
Nobody loves it more than DJ Young with a big smile on his face.
6-8-1.
Closing in on Brasha and Staxrud here in game 1.
Definitely one of the better aspects of Corinne Carr's game, letting out balls go out. That one was fairly obvious, but I expect her to make good decisions in that regard.
Second serve.
Staxrud, 26 years old, originally from Argentina, now in Estero, Florida, while Mary Brasha, 23, and in Mission Viejo, California. Coast to coast for that partnership. Opposite sides of the country, but they're making it work. They're making it work.
Yes, Mary has that vibe where she's gonna mesh with whoever she's playing with. Pretty hard not to get along with Mary Brasha.
8-7-1.
They maintain a slim 1-point lead.
Point.
Yeah, little too much carry on the forehand dink from Corinne Carr, but a great job of Federico getting right up to the kitchen line so he can be aggressive. She didn't leave it very high, just high enough.
Second serve.
2 middle dinks from Corinne Carr, and I think Staxrud would like that one back.
9-7-2.
The double-footed stomp from Staxrud.
That would have been very interesting if it went over because Corinne Carr lost her footing. So I'm not sure who would have taken that ball in the middle. So you said after the miss, Staxrud did a stomp?
Yeah, he did a double foot stomp.
He was not happy with missing that forehand drive.
7-9-1.
Ooh.
Did you say ouch? I think she said ouch.
I think she said, ow. And we're going to have a timeout here from Brasha and Staxrud after Brasha unfortunately had to take that line drive from DJ Young off of the body.
Yeah, I can think of a few people I'd rather get hit with the big forehand than DJ Young.
Yeah, he's at the top of a no thank you. I did, however, see Paris Todd after last week posted on, I believe, Instagram of the gigantic bruise Georgia Johnson left her in the gold medal match, I believe.
She's higher on the list than most men in that regard. So Georgia Johnson, really good put away power. What's going on over here? They're having fun. They're having a good time.
Yeah,
Yes.
Brittany Wilson, Thomas Wilson's wife there behind him. Unfortunately, Nash, their dog, did not make an appearance this weekend, but got to see him last weekend. And Vivian David partnering up with Thomas Wilson. Day going well for them so far.
Yeah, Nash, he's a furry fella.
He's gigantic.
Yes.
His head was huge. Golden retriever, biggest golden retriever I've maybe ever seen. Okay, Brasha said, I don't appreciate being hit. Let me go ahead and show you what I'm going to do in response.
And a very nice job from where she hit the ball. Very hard to keep that in, and she pulled it off.
A little late coming up there from Carr.
Yeah, her, Corinne and DJ trying to will that ball over with some nice body language. There's the forehand counter. When she can find that forehand counter, it is really world class.
9-8-2. Point.
Yeah, a little too much from DJ, and I think the real issue is he was worried about Federico hitting behind him, so he pulled off that ball pretty hard, and unfortunately made the error in the net.
Game point here for Staxrud and Brasha. Oh, nice pickup there from Fed. Oh, that might have been going long.
Side out.
Very nice point from all 4 players.
Staksrud had just looked like a couple really good opportunities to finish that rally, but DJ Young just
DJ having a little chuckle on the missed serve after a phenomenal point to next one ball error.
Okay.
Great job, but phenomenal defense from Mary Brasha at the beginning of that point. Oh, I think they were confused where they were. I wasn't sure if there was confusion on maybe it clipped Corinne Carr. Ball definitely was out, but I do not believe it hit her.
Don't believe so either. We're going to have a timeout from Brasha and Staksrud, their second and final one, as Carr and Young on second serve, looking to tie it up here, but a great job from Brasha and Staksrud. They had an early lead and closed, but they have managed to stay out in front. They have not let Carr and Young overtake them at all here in this first game.
Yes, and you're exactly right. It's will it be too little too late, because they did have that solid lead, and Carr and Young have been creeping back into it. So nice job of them not allowing them to take the lead, and we'll see if they can seal it here, if they can get a side out. I believe it is 9-10-2. And we talked about the progression yesterday with singles. For men especially, easier to break in singles, then mixed, then gender. So I think we're seeing that with Federico right here, playing some great mixed doubles.
9-10-2.
Great job from Staksrud. DJ Young, he knows DJ's looking for those. He does the same, so I think he's able to kind of not put that too close to that sideline, because he doesn't want to give him that opportunity. Great stop after catching Young on that Ernie.
Nice. Ernie and DJ, great job covering behind him to finish with the forehand. Yeah, and I think you're exactly right, Lauren. It's almost like he hit the bait dink for DJ on the Ernie. It was the perfect spot from Federico 2 points ago.
And they hang on. Mary Brasha looking at Federico with a bit of a sigh of relief that they managed to close this out. I mean, they know Carr and Young, a tough team. This is going to be a tough match, and game 2 coming your way here as Brasha and Staksrud looking for another little upset, as they're looking to get a spot in the semis. We're back into it right after this.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Do their fragging C.
Rose, hit me.
I got my ult.
Yeah, that's 400 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
What's up with this team sheet?
Inverted fullback and a false 9?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it until you go all in.
Poggers!
Stick it in the onion bag!
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
Welcome back into the action here on CC1 at the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open presented by Lexus. This is our final quarterfinal match to get the semis set. Winner of this will face Vivian David and Thomas Wilson. Our other semifinal is Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier taking on Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil as they were able to defeat Anna Bright and James Ignatowicz in 3. Oh, tough break. Corinne Carr and DJ Young on the near end here for game 2. Mary Brasha and Federico Staxrud on the far end. Brasha and Staxrud narrowly taking game 1 11-9. Carr and Young now looking to take this second game and force a third.
Nice job from DJ Young, catching Federico Staxrud in transition, a couple feet off the kitchen line.
Ooh, sailing there. And an update. CC2 is up and running now live over there with some extra action here in Hilton Head. So if you were waiting for that, few technical difficulties this morning, but they are now up and running. So definitely check out which matches are rocking over on CC2 for our double court coverage for the remainder of today.
1-1-1.
Wow, great deep serve and great deep return. Ooh, I almost thought he missed that, but the
crazy
tomahawk.
Angle. Yes, crazy angle. And like we said yesterday, put them in the fence on these courts is the best way to end a point.
Staxrud.
Hey, he's from Argentina. I'm sure he played a lot of soccer.
A little football.
Yeah, a little football.
A little football.
Absolutely. Tried the kick save.
Into the stands.
Yeah, good try from Corinne Carr coming in hot, looking for some aggression at Federico, but he handled it nicely.
1-1-2.
Leaving that dink a little high. Federico knowing what to do with it. And a couple side outs at 1-1. Early game 2.
1-1-1.
And dropped it in there.
Great pickup, though, from DJ after Carr going for that Ernie and didn't quite get it, I think. Young was expecting her to get a paddle on that. But a quick recovery keeps them in that, and they come out on top.
Yeah, that's set up by a short return from Corinne Carr. Couldn't get herself forward to have a clean look at her volley. Yeah, tough ball. DJ Young kind of figure out whether to go back to Mary Brasha, who's back, or go behind Federico Staxrud. Solid rip from Mary Brasha, but at a pretty low position. Couldn't get it over the tape.
1-3-1. Second serve.
A couple loose errors on third shots from Corinne. Happens to the best of us.
1-3-2.
Nice
spot in the middle.
Yeah, exactly right, Lauren. And I think everyone was thinking he was going to put that ball hard cross court, and he found the perfect spot down the boulevard. Steve Taylor special there. He wanted me to use it. There you go, Steve. That's my one time.
One and done.
3-1-2. Side out.
Nice job by DJ Young keeping the pressure on. A couple big rips from Mary Brasha, but she's pretty far back off the kitchen line.
She does tend to do that. Carr does such a nice job just like carving those backhand dinks.
Nice, DJ. Yes, her backhand dink is definitely her more consistent dink. She'll make a few more errors on the forehand side, but she likes to go for that forehand a little more. So she can create more on the forehand, but a little more consistent on the backhand dink. And she definitely goes with the carve, meaning the backspin, the underspin, and a little more topspin on the forehand side.
Two, three, one.
Great pressure. Just so when a strong male player takes control of that kitchen line, it can be very overwhelming. And I'm not just saying for a female, for a male as well. So
Absolutely.
great pressure from DJ.
Oh, just missing that. DJ grew up in Spain, where he was a very high-level junior tennis player. Came to the States in his young teen years. Continued to play some tennis. Ultimately, didn't go too far with the
Yeah, and I understand Staxford wanting to keep DJ Young there, but he held his ground nicely and had a great look at the counterattack.
Off the body of Carr. So Carr, who's been in the game for years, one of the top female players at the top, partnering with Simone and Georgine for many years, picked up all the titles, all the top spots. And while her game is still really good, I think her style is a little bit more suited to maybe the pickleball of a few years ago, and I think the women's game ramped up significantly. Oh, great angle there.
Yeah, yes.
But I don't know if you would agree. Watching, especially on some of these shots, we talk about how the ladies do a great job sliding over and like ripping those two-handed backhands. And Carr doesn't look quite as natural in that. I know she's certainly working on improving and evolving with the game. Oh, there's a little miss it off the tip of the paddle.
Yeah, tough. Yes, and I think that's a reasonable statement, Lauren. So when Corinne broke onto the scene, they were playing with very slippery paddles with not a lot of grit. So a lot of those players, the old school 5-6 years ago, had a game style and then have to start changing their game style with the paddle technology and where the sport's going. And a lot of the new girls, they've had that technology the whole time. So their games have been totally kind of catered around the game style and the ability to get more spin and more grip on the ball and have more options. So I think she's done a great job adjusting. and kind of creating that new age game style, but I think it is a process for a lot of those more old school players to adapt to the new game style. So I think she's done a great job, but just kind of coming into the sport, having that already how it is, I think does give some of the new girls a little bit of a leg up.
She is, of course, still a full-time professor. She teaches at a college in North Carolina, so not quite, again, some of the new younger players, this is their full-time gig now, so they can dedicate a lot more time and energy. But Carr's got to support you at home, so, I mean, somebody's got to pay the bills, Adam.
That is for sure true. Yes, she is the man and the woman of the relationship. I'm happy.
You're just there.
I'm happy to play the supporting role in life.
Oh, great matrix move there from Staxrud.
Call stand. Second serve.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah.
But call stands according to the referee, and he has the last say, so let's move on to the next point.
A lot of pressure there from Barasha and Staxrud, both Young and Carr back at that baseline.
Yeah, they're gelling nicely on the far side.
I think their partnership, again, I think this is maybe the most success they've had in a deep field at a tournament so far. And I think sort of with the new partnership, again, it takes some time to work out and really gel that chemistry, but perhaps it's really starting to get to another level, and we're now seeing the results follow that.
Definitely. They look comfortable with the court positioning and how far Federico is coming over. Mary seems comfortable. Bert alert! Bert alert! But yeah, to finish my thought, she's comfortable with how far Fed's coming over, and she's comfortable picking her spots when to be aggressive, but mostly sticking with the soft stuff. I believe with Bird alert and then that shot, I got to throw out the sexy time for DJ Young.
Yep.
Very nice, two sharp angles on each side of the court.
Yeah, and he's got that reach and length that really makes that shot effective. Coming up next, we are going to have our first semifinal matchup. Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier face Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil here on CC1 after this. Again, winner of this match will face Vivian David and Thomas Wilson in the other semifinal. Reset, get back into it from Carr.
Nice power counter from Corinne Carr on the forehand side after a nice grindy point.
Definite great job turning some defense into offense right there.
Well, we gotta get a couple here. 5-point deficit for Carr and Young. Crunch time in this game too. That's not what I had in mind, Lauren, but it's all good.
Timeout receiver.
We're going to have a timeout here for Young and Carr. After that side out with nothing else to put on the board, so just a refocus timeout here.
Yeah, so both had a little smile on their face walking over to the timeout. So spirits are still high, but as I mentioned a second ago, it is very much crunch time in game two. So not only can they not put some points on the board because the ball is over with Staxrud and Barasha, they need the side out, and Need to start climbing from that number 4 that they put up in game 2.
I love a YouTube comment that just came in. It's one excellent play followed by an equally disastrous one. That's pickleball.
Yeah,
that's pickleball for you.
That sums it up. You actually see it an incredible amount of crazy long points and then a 2 or 3 shot rally on the next one. So very common combination in the game of pickle.
We take the highs with the lows, Adam, because we love this weird, wacky sport that we play.
That's right. Nice heavy forehand counter from Corinne.
9-4-2.
All right, well, that's step 1 of the process. Get the ball back. They have done that. Let's put some points up.
4-9-1.
DJ Young and Corinne Carr, here we go.
Okay, Federico Stexrud with the backhand ATP. Great patience waiting for this to travel. He barely squeaked it by that post.
Yeah, got Corinne Carr in the 5-hole too, right between the legs. A little hockey phrase. Yeah, he threw his head back. He knew right off the paddle he was going to sail it long. Yeah, I know that feeling very well, DJ.
Yeah, Carr pops up that attempt at a reset, giving Brasha a lot of options with that two-handed backhand. She chooses to go behind DJ Young, and they have themselves a match point. Oh.
Yeah, Mary Brasha crushed that two-hander 2 points ago. And, hey, just like the chat said, great two-handed counter, and then Federico barely gets the ball to the net on the next ball.
Young definitely going to be looking to get big here on this final attempt at a side out, and he gets it done with Stexrud putting that last one into the net. Again, got to put points on the board now. If you get a hold, that's great, but all for naught if you can't then.
Yeah, it seems so often too, Lauren, that you get the side out, you get the ball back, and you just don't get points. It's definitely a returner advantage in this sport, and sometimes it can get frustrating not putting any points on the board, even if you're getting side outs. Nice pressure from Federico, catching Corinne Carr in the midcourt. Very tough situation for her to be in, and a nice forehand, topspin forehand from Fed.
Oh, good drop there from DJ Young.
Yeah, really nice touch, as you can see with this replay. There's not quite enough room for Federico to go ATP.
Another match point, though, for them. Oh my goodness. I mean, again, it's DJ Young that's everywhere, but Corinne Carr with the couple of resets in the middle of that rally to keep him in it. Just a crucial part of that. All right. Have to convert.
It's a perfect spot from Fed.
4-10-2.
Oh, great pickup on the ATP from Carr. Ah, such great work, and then
a questionable decision. We'll just leave that last one as a questionable decision on the fadeaway speed up at Federico.
All right, Brasha and Stexrud are struggling closing out this match, though.
All right, there we go. one more.
10-4-2.
Just listening to the feet shuffles of DJ Young.
Yes.
And they finally close it out as Young pushes that one just a lot wide on the side. I was going to say a little. It was a lot wide, but Staxrud and Brasha continue their roll here into the semifinals. Good result. They will face Vivian David and Thomas Wilson in the semis. We have that other semifinal, though, on deck after we head to the Franklin studio. Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier take on Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil next.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities with a bold new take on the Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Mary Brasha and Federico Staxrud as they are heading to the semifinals. We talked about it in the booth. The two of you have played several tournaments together now. This might be your best result yet getting into the semifinals, so congratulations. After you continue to kind of get some more tournaments under your belt, what do you think is starting to click a little bit more between the two of you guys as a partnership that's getting you better results each time?
Yeah, I think, I've just really enjoyed getting to play a lot with Federico this year, and we've just been building together as a team, and we really try to bring the fire and the energy in our matches, and I think when we do that, we have success. So, yeah.
I mean, Fed's still a singles specialist. I think most people know, but you are putting in a lot of work in the mixed game. Obviously, having Mary Brasha as your partner, super helpful, always steady over there, setting you guys up. Has the transition into mixed started to get a little bit easier as you're working more? Is it starting to feel a little bit more comfortable as you transitioned over from singles?
Yeah, I think the transition from singles to mixed is first a little bit easier just because you use shots that you use in singles, more drives, like more swings. But yeah, I just feel really comfortable playing with Mari, and we're having a lot of fun together, so it's great.
I mean, got a couple upsets under your belt already today. Heading into the semis, you face Vivian David and Thomas Wilson, so that's going to be a tough one. Yeah. Are you guys going to have a discussion? What's sort of the game plan as you go into each match? Do you guys talk? Do you just kind of stick to the game plan you talked about at the beginning of the day?
Oh, yeah, he probably gets annoyed with me because I'm always like, what should we do? What's the strategy? So, yeah, I think we'll talk.
All right, well, congratulations. Looking forward to the two of you continuing your run here, and hopefully some more upsets are on your way here today in Hilton Head. But we have that first semifinal match on deck. As I mentioned, Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier take on Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil here in Hilton Head right after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead, or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here courtside at the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open, presented by Lexus. We have our first semifinal match here in mixed pro doubles on deck. Zane Navratil and Andrea Koop take on Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier here as we are getting close to the afternoon lunch hour here in South Carolina. The sun is shining. Oh, the clouds are starting to come in a little bit. I wouldn't mind a little cloud cover. I know it just helps everyone not get sunburned here. Adam, we know these players very well on court. Both of them have paired up together as teams. What are you looking for in this matchup?
Oh, I'm excited for this one. So I believe, very established, played together many times, Zane Navratil and Andrea Koop, who I would consider the more solid, consistent team. But occasionally I think both players can have some issues with a very offensive power dominant player, and both Georgia and Johnson and Dylan Frazier can supply that power. So it will be how Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil handle the offense of Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson is a big factor in this match, in my opinion. Right. And also, I think that Koop and Navratil want to get in structured 4 at the kitchen dink patterns. And Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier looking to create some chaos, some shorter points, more speed ups, and that's kind of what I see as the general strategy in this match. Interesting decision from Andrea Koop. She was in a tough spot with the ball hitting the sideline, but I think she was trying to speed that up at Dylan Frazier.
Going to have a lot of rallies like that in this matchup, I have no doubt.
Decent exchange from
Yeah,
all 4 players.
all right,
Yeah, whatever. No big deal. Easy game.
We could have done better, but...
That's a great low forehand drive from Dylan Frazier. Also, court positioning, a big issue in this match. Not an issue, but I expect Georgia and Dylan to be right on the kitchen line, and Zane and Andrea occasionally stepping back off the kitchen line.
Yeah, I mean, Andrea, you can see there, likes to sort of plant herself a foot or two behind because she does have that two-handed backhand that she loves and she's looking for it. And a lot of the ladies will back off that line a little bit just to create that extra moment of time for them to react and really get that ready to go. Andrea Koop in Grand Haven, Michigan, 34 years old. She is a lawyer in her free time, likes to, play a little pickleball, play a little lawyer. Tough cookie she is.
Correct. Tough cookie. There's no doubt that Andrea Koop is a tough cookie on and off the court.
Exactly. Fierce competitor. She was a national champion at UCLA in her tennis career. And many titles under her belt in the pickleball world as well.
3, 2, 1.
Wow, ridiculous ATP defense from Georgia Johnson, who interestingly has, on a majority of her counterattack so far in this match, gone to one hand. I think that's interesting to monitor because she really unleashes on the two-hander. So,
interesting indeed.
Nice, nice lean in there. Really over the kitchen line, extending forward, taking Andrea Koop's time away. Great offense from Georgia Johnson.
We never quite got an answer yesterday. Georgia Johnson withdrew from the singles bracket, did not play yesterday. She actually showed up at the same restaurant that we were at last night, and I confronted her immediately. Georgia, why didn't you play singles? She said she just didn't feel like it, which I respect immensely. It's a tough day. That singles grind is real, so she just, nothing wrong.
3, 3, 2.
For everyone that was still wondering, just wasn't up to it.
Fantastic answer from Georgia Johnson.
Yep.
As I think that is a common answer coming out of the mouth of a 16-year-old. I just didn't feel like it.
I mean, that's a tough spot.
3-3-1.
Us as an adult, Adam, we do a lot of stuff we don't want to do, but that's what adulthood is about. She's enjoying that teenage life while she can.
Absolutely. And I would consider myself a quasi-adult at this point.
An older teenager.
Thank you.
Oh, clipped her. Oh.
I mean, just several electric exchanges from the players on court. And exchanges are fun. It's my favorite part, and when they're high level like this, it's great viewing. Once again, Georgia going with the one-hander, a little more of a defensive position there, so not as offensive or seeing the ball clear on the counterattack. So I really want to monitor that moving forward, though. Attaboy, Zane Navratil getting skinny. Knowing the ball was going to come out, but he was coming in hot. Not always easy to get out of the way when your momentum is forward.
A couple good pickups from Johnson. She left one up high. She knew Navratil was going to be able to attack it, but she just stayed in there, stayed tough, managed to get a couple more shots back before Navratil finally able to close it out. But Navratil, 27 years old, very recently, just this last summer, moved to Austin, Texas from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where he is from, originally from Racine, Wisconsin. But dabbled in being an auditor for Deloitte for almost a year before he decided, no thank you. Pickleball is the life for me. So went full-time as a pickleball pro, and I have to say I'm glad with the choice he made. I think he ultimately feels really good about that as well, but he did, just so everyone knows, he was super responsible. He did get his CPA license after that, just to have that to fall back on, if the pickleball career doesn't work out all the time.
I'm proud of him for making it almost a year.
I know, right?
In the office, in the 9-to-5 world, or maybe even more, working for Deloitte. Maybe the hours were even up.
Oh, it was insane. I remember he was still in Wisconsin then. He had some very crazy long weeks for sure.
But great start from Coop and Navratil, who are coming out on top of a handful of these exchanges, playing very solid, not giving a lot of freebies. So not that I was expecting it to go crazy in the favor of Johnson and Frazier, but a nice start from Coop and Navratil. Right on cue, commentator curse. It's a real thing.
4-7-1.
One of my favorite things about pickleball is watching this and knowing that Zane Navratil has played with Dylan Frazier before. Andrea Coop has played in a tournament with Georgia Johnson before. It's just one big happy family here in pickleball.
Great counterattack from Andrea Coop, and as you mentioned, a foot or two off the kitchen line, giving her a little extra time to fully unleash on that two-handed backhand, and she does. Definitely one of the better parts of Zane Navratil's game as well is the step back when letting the ball bounce, and then he can rip it to all the spots, and he can hit it well on his forehand and two-handed backhand side. Yeah, that's a nice combination there with Dylan Frazier speeding up to Andrea Coop a few feet off the kitchen line, and then Georgia Johnson there with the heavy two-handed backhand to clean up. crazy angle from Dylan Frazier, kind of going with the forehand on the backhand side of his body, but able to angle it nicely into our Lexus sign on the side of the court.
5-7-1.
Oh, my goodness. He's okay because he didn't go down. Look at this face from Navratil.
Oh, yeah, caught him thigh. Yeah.
He held it and just smiled right at Frazier. I mean, they're buddies.
Yeah, you can tell instantly when it hits the twig and berries.
Oh, yeah, he was all right. He would have reacted a little bit more.
Yeah, when they do the hunch over, you kind of see the stomach go in. You know it caught.
Pickleball's a dangerous sport, everybody.
Yeah, for sure. And I had a couple naughty things I was going to say, but I'm going to hold back because you don't want to know why, because I'm a professional, Lauren.
Exactly.
A professional.
Like Julian Arnold.
There's the step back off the bounce again with and you can get away with a little loopier, bigger swing when your opponents are hitting a soft shot to you. So as you can see, if he's a little more defensive position or more of an offensive dink from his opponents, he will shorten up that stroke.
And while it was Coop and Navratil seemingly in control of this first game, Frazier and Johnson right back in there, tie it up at 7s. Again, spot in the winner bracket final on the line here in our first semi.
Yeah, I like the call from Georgia Johnson, letting her partner know she thought it was going out, but somehow Zane Navratil sneaks that into the back corner. Fantastic hands from Zane.
Great digs from Navratil.
Yeah, really good digs from Navratil, who very much got overextended early in that point, but dug himself out of it. But fantastic sustained pressure from the youngsters on the near side.
Jennifer Schmidt, Zane's very long-time girlfriend, here courtside cheering him on. And this last summer they got engaged, so now his fiance. So big congrats to them.
It's my golf clap.
Great spot there.
A fantastic spot to catch the back hip of Zane Navratil, who was loaded up on that two-hander in the middle, thinking she was going to go there, and to get that ball all the way across his body. Fantastic spot from Georgia Johnson.
So Coop and Navratil with the timeout here as Johnson and Frazier now take a 1-point lead. And just watching, I mean, this is just an extremely evenly match so far between these two teams. I mean, certainly Coop and Navratil came out a little quickly as far as points on the scoreboard, but ultimately just watching this, I mean, very even. Doesn't seem like anyone is really doing anything too crazy or special, and you're seeing that reflected in the scoreboard.
I agree completely. There's not really a weak link or a true dominant player on court right now. It's really high quality points, lots of points being earned, not a lot of loose errors, and that's the quality of match that we expect from these players, and this is exactly what they're giving us right now. It's a real treat to watch.
9-8-1.
All right, on first server, so Johnson and Frazier now have themselves a game point here in game one of this semifinal.
A little breeze kicked up too, right when Zane was hitting that ball.
Oh, just too good. Coop just completely caught off guard as Frazier squeaks that over the net and just dies. So it is Frazier and Johnson. Doesn't matter how you start, matters how you finish. And they got it done here in game one. We'll take a short break, back into the action with game two in this semifinal match right after this.
distant roars in the dark, you know? But then they started getting closer and closer, and that's when I saw it. This was no bear. It was like a bear squatch.
And that's over now.
What?
Dad, what's a bear squatch?
It's a cross between a bear and a sass. It's made up.
With capability comes responsibility. The legendary Lexus GX. With Apple CarPlay support.
He's usually sleeping.
He'll never sleep again.
Very close game one here in the first semifinals matchup here for mixed pro doubles at the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open presented by Lexus. Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil on the near end for game two, taking on Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier, who did take game one 11-9. Looking ahead to that winner bracket final in two, but Navratil and Koop certainly have the goods to push this to a third game. Let's see if they can get it done.
Very solid first point. Some nice consistencies. A good speed up from Andrea Koop. Reset from Dylan Frazier. A little bit of everything in that point.
It's a great slow-mo replay of Navratil. Every single shot he hits, he blows out the air as he's hitting it, as you should, but he puffs up his cheeks every time. A lot of good action shots of him just with chipmunk cheeks.
Chipmunk cheeks for sure. It's good to have a breathing routine.
Absolutely.
I actually think that I occasionally hold my breath during the point, and that's not good.
No bueno.
Yes, definitely. It's a real thing. You don't even really realize you're doing it.
Alan Roman is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match. Yeah, it's the one-hander from Georgia Johnson on that backhand side. Very interesting because she loves that two-handed backhand. I wonder if she's just really trying to focus on adding a little more variety on that side.
Yes, and I've seen her do it before, but it was always a heavy percentage on the two-hander, and now it's in this match it's almost more one. So yeah, you gotta adjust, and we talked about the advantages and disadvantages of both, and there's certainly times if you can do both, let it fly with the two-hander, but get that extra reach occasionally as well.
Oh, great digs from Koop. Oh. We're going to have a timeout here from Navratil.
See it again from Georgia, and that's great. So when she has the time to come around the ball, I think she's still going to drive that with two hands, but it's much easier to cover your body with the one-hander. So not only do you get a little bit of extra extension and reach, but you can cover kind of your shoulders and your chest area much easier with the two-hander. I mean, with the one-hander. So great adjustment and adapting to what she's seeing out there from Georgia Johnson, and that's very impressive from a 16-year-old.
I mean, speaking of needing to adapt, Koop and Navratil need to be doing that a little bit here more than they have been. Are you seeing anything that they could work on changing up a little bit that might get them back into this
Yeah,
second game.
So after a relatively quick start in game one, it has been certainly not lopsided, but Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson have been in full control. So possibly some quicker speed ups or something to get them out of their rhythm right now could be a good option.
Certainly have not seen
Yeah, it's so tough.
Have not seen long dink rallies
Right,
either between
right.
these two teams. Not a lot of slow pacing going on here.
1-5-1.
And then when they have gone to slow it up, they leave it up a little high. It
Right.
seems like Coop and Navratil just are not keeping that ball down.
That's exactly right. So I think that they want to look for the slower pace of play. Nice shot there, but the execution on some of the soft stuff has been an issue. So that's kind of why I mentioned maybe possibly speeding up sooner, even though going into this match, I would have expected them to be the much softer team. So in a vacuum, executing their shots, I do think the slower game is better, but sometimes when your feel or your touch isn't there, changing gears and maybe speeding up a little earlier can be an option. But when you're playing Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson, a lot of the options that you have at your disposal don't seem great.
And especially a Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier that are playing at a very high level in terms of crispness. See what I did there?
I mean, it's a very versatile word. You can use it in
really
a lot
is.
of things.
So many, all the options. But yeah, they're just making more of their shots right now, plain and simple.
2-5-1.
Yeah, what a spot. I really
They're
like.
not letting them
Yes,
get into the slow game. They're refusing to let them play that style because they know that's what they want to do.
2-5-2.
Great ATP. Yeah, so you're kind of stuck at a decision point. You know you want to play soft. It's not working awesome. Do you keep beating your head against that wall, or do you possibly beat them to the punch with quicker speed ups? It's a conundrum. It's a very difficult spot to be in, to kind of go away from your initial game plan, because in the moment these things happen so quickly. It's very tough to make the adjustments, and some of the best players are able to make those.
Great pickups from Johnson, and they're just right back in it. Oh, clips her on the way out, though.
Yeah, crazy digs from Georgia. Nice sustained pressure from Zane. But unfortunately, Dylan Frazier leaving that dink high, and Andrea Coop unleashing the fury.
5-3-2.
Oof, that didn't go too far along.
Yeah, well, that was a big miss hit. So if she hit that cleanly with the
yeah.
trajectory the ball had, it would have been over the fence, correct? Tough break for Zane, who had a lot of open court to work with. It happens to the best of us.
3-5-2.
I like his court positioning and where he was, though.
It was perfect. And that's the most frustrating thing for him, is he got exactly what he wanted and didn't execute. You can't give those opportunities away.
5-3-1. Second serve.
Nice job, and a great initial volley from Andrea Coop in the transition zone. Hit it very nice, and her partner there to have her back and finish the point 3 or 4 shots later.
5-3-2.
Georgia Johnson is playing out of her mind this match. She is just getting everything back.
Yes, one of the best parts or biggest improvements in her game is some of the soft stuff and some of the scramble ability in the transition zone. Always had the power in the offense. Good to see her pair that with great defense. I mean, it's just the hand's too good from Dylan. I'm fine with the shot from Andrea Coop. She was in an offensive position, but Dylan Frazier, one of the best in the game at neutralizing offense with great counterattacks. Another great first volley from Andrea Coop. This one a clean winner to the right side of Georgia Johnson. Not many things more distracting than smelling fried food. It's so good. All right, let's see if Coop and Navratil, after getting a big side out, not letting Johnson and Frazier get any points. Let's see if they can put some points on the board of their own. Yeah, another situation. That one definitely more difficult, but Zay Navratil in a couple good spots in the middle of the court. Got to start executing those forehands.
And even though it seemed like Navratil and Coop just couldn't get anything going here in the second game, we're tied at 5s. I mean, they got a couple points here and there. They managed to hold Johnson and Frazier, so they're right in here. They need to start executing when it counts, especially on their serve if they want to push this to 3.
Yeah, Coop kind of caught in between, went with, instead of the full-on speed up, went with a really aggressive dink, and Georgia Johnson with some nice reach into the kitchen, coming up with some offense off of that pretty solid dink from Andrea Coop. Nice job by her.
Gonna have a timeout here. Again, this is a slow-moving second game. A lot of pickleball has been played at 5s. I mean, Johnson and Frazier have been stuck at 5 for a considerable amount of time now, having a tough time breaking off of it. And again, that's the give and take of pickleball, where you can only score on your serve. You can play amazing all of the returns that you want when it's not your serve, but if it doesn't translate, you're just kind of going back and forth.
Yeah, and we've had a couple 3 or 4 point leads, but there's been no real runs. There's been kind of really choppy.
Momentum.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of choppy. 1 or 2 points here, 1 or 2 points there. And, so exactly what you mentioned, kind of a different flow than some of the matches where we see big sustained runs from both teams.
Second serve. Five, 2. Right out.
Forced error. Georgia Johnson reaching to her right, couldn't come up with it, but a quick side out after a missed third shot.
I'm going to take a picture in your mirrored glasses of the court.
Second serve.
I didn't know what was going on, but I like what's happening.
5, 2.
I like it. Oh.
I was wondering why you were invading my personal space, but it was for a good reason.
Exactly.
Five, 1.
Great hold. One of Andrea Coop's better offensive shots. really manipulating her wrist nicely and able to go behind Dylan Frazier, who was crashing to the middle. And another side out, shocking. Who would have thunk it? Both players, teams stuck on 5 for quite a while now.
Second serve. Five, 2.
It's good. It's good.
Oh my! Ridiculous point. Everybody scan the crowd. My goodness, what a point.
Oh my gosh. I was like clutching Adam's hand through half of that rally. I was going to fall off my chair otherwise. Roll around on the ground a little. Oh, what? And nobody even got a point. Come on. Oh.
Great speed up from Dylan Frazier. It's crazy because he really goes to the same spot very frequently, but it's just so good. It's just so tough to handle when he gets hot with that forehand flipper. Talked about it yesterday with singles. The short stroke and the backswing of Dylan Frazier, just impossible to read.
The non-existent backswing.
Yes, non-existent.
Of Dylan Frazier. Oh.
Yeah, it's tough when you hit the volley, you know the third shot's going out or your partner calls you off, and then you hit the volley. Sometimes it kind of rattles you mentally for the rest of that point. Nice handle of the cross-court attack.
I'd just like to see Navratil and Coop start to elongate these rallies a little bit. They're just, I want to see some slow pace. I want to see them get into some dink rallies, just wait for their moments, and it's just not happening. I think Navratil's been speeding up a couple shots he just shouldn't have, because they're not coming out on top of most of these exchanges. Gucci,
yeah,
what you doing?
I'll label that one as ambitious. A couple of the other ones less so, but that one, slight head scratcher.
I like that speed up from Coop because she had it. Left up a little high. Great spot up the middle. Good ball to attack. Kim Kestner over here making fun of us.
Great drop from Zane Navratil, forcing Georgia Johnson to take a step to her right and be a little bit off balance, pushing it wide.
7-8-2.
Yeah, burst of emotion. Coop rarely missing that shot. That's Pickle, though. Can't coax them all over the net, but always frustrating to miss a soft one. Yeah, it's a great alley. Get out of the way there from Andrea Coop. That ball is flying off the Dylan Frazier paddle, so difficult for her to let that go wide. She does it nicely. Great spot from Zane Navratil, catching Georgia Johnson coming forward in the transition zone and able to clean it up 2 shots later.
Just like in game 1, it seems like Navratil and Coop just haven't done anything to keep them in this match, and they're trailing by 1, looking to tie it up. It's just a wild phenomenon. It's like the scoreboard doesn't match what I'm looking at. And yet here we are, and they are still in it, easily able to possibly push this to a third. Oh, just missing it.
Yeah, no, he was in the perfect position again. That one was a very difficult volley because Georgia Johnson struck the previous ball clean.
Great pickup from Frazier. Ooh, boy. Again, that was a slightly more extended rally, but Andrea Cooper dinking is so good. I wanted her to stay in that a little bit longer. Don't mind the lob. Worked out well for them, but...
Yeah, and she left a couple dinks high early in the match. I haven't seen her do that lately at all.
Tightened it up for sure.
Nice. Very tough for Georgia Johnson to be so aggressive from the midcourt and Zane Navratil making her pay. We've seen how solid she can be with the soft stuff from the midcourt, so I like to be her a little bit soft with that court positioning. Yeah, great combination from Andrea Coop with the initial cross-court attack, handcuffing Georgia Johnson, popping up the counter, and then Coop destroying a two-handed backhand cross-court to seal the deal.
Now this is maybe the first time in the entire match I felt like Navratil and Coop had some momentum.
Yeah, tough spot. Coop leaving that drop a little high, but Zane knows he's got to come up with that, and I think that's exactly what he told himself. Yeah, so that's...
Just no need to rush. There's no need to rush.
Definitely, and she was very successful with that ball on a previous point, but she dinked 5 or 6 to get the exact one she needed.
Unbelievable pickup from Coop, and her face said exactly that.
Yeah, it was. She dug herself a little hole, but she also dug out of that hole.
8-8-2.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. That was a tough ball to see, but obviously Dylan Frazier's reaction, he knew he pushed that wide.
8-8-1.
Yes, and I wouldn't label that a good or bad decision from the initial speed up from Andrea Coop. It was one that I think she should attack occasionally, but the counter attack from Georgia Johnson, very, very crisp on that point.
Goodness. Coop's getting a little fired up. She's rocking the come-ons after coming out on top of some of these rallies, trying to get herself and Navratil fired up here as they take a 1-point lead. Nice patience from Navratil on the backhand ATP here. Good defense from Johnson, but it is Andrew Hoop cleans it up with that two-handed backhand put away, and they will have a game point coming out of this timeout from Johnson and Frazier. I mean, we've talked about this in so many different matches. I truly think the only thing that has changed is Navratil and Coop have gotten their shots much lower, much less attackable, and they've stopped making as many errors. Because always very evenly matched teams. I don't really see anything that's changed besides the errors have significantly lowered here.
Right, and there's always small strategic adjustments that you can make. But let's remember this, guys. These players play each other a lot.
Yes.
So while you must always be willing to adapt, often when you get in these matchups that you've seen before and you're comfortable with, it comes down to execution and how clean you can play. So it is absolutely a chess match out there. There's lots of strategy going on, but when you can clean up yourself, that is what really, when you pair that with sound strategy, that's what really takes you to the finish line. So always adjustments to be made. But these patterns and these situations and these player dynamics that we see, they're all something that these players come across often.
All right, we appreciate every single one of you guys joining us. Game point here for Coop and Navratil, and they can't quite get it done, but they put themselves in a good position here. They've gotten to 10. Now just looking to get a couple holds. Ooh. Oh, that was not... I don't like that shot from Navratil. He got back there easily, and I don't know if it bounced up a little too high, and he ends up just kind of throwing up that lob. I thought he easily could have just dropped that back in or drove the ball.
Yeah, I think he had more time than he thought.
Ooh, Andrew Coop just locked in on that exchange.
Yes, a great two-shot combination from her. Could not have hit that last backhand any better. Great sustained pressure, nice exchange. Zane Navratil handling several of the Georgia Johnson two-handed backhands, but couldn't on the last ball.
I feel like it's very clear when Coop and Navratil can slow it down a little, they have a much better shot at coming out on top of some of these rallies.
And also, I don't think it should be understated that earlier in the game, it's easier for Dylan and Georgia to kind of pull triggers and go for it. When it gets tight like this, often soft is the default. But the default being soft is kind of the game plan that we've been talking about for Navratil and Coop. So tough to really stay on the gas in these tight spots, but I think that's exactly what Johnson and Frazier should be doing.
I mean, we saw this in Houston. First game, very tough. Looked like a team was sort of out of it. But again, at this level, nobody is ever out of it. Never, ever. So Coop and Navratil get the job done. Little tough, not their cleanest game, but doesn't matter. Got it done. Game 3 coming your way here in the semifinal matchup in pro mixed doubles right after this. As we wait to kick into Game 3, let's get to know Zane Navratil just a little bit more.
I am Zane Navratil, 26 years old, from Austin, Texas, via Racine, Wisconsin is where I'm originally from. My dad started playing pickleball when I was in high school. I was a good tennis player, I'd kind of heard about it, but I was not convinced about this one until I tried it. My approach to playing is very percentage-based and calculated. I am probably a little bit more aggressive in singles than other people. I try to use my bit of athleticism and figure out patterns and whatnot that works. I think it's just the enthusiasm that people have is infectious. Being able to interact with the person next to you and also the people across the court makes it a lot more social, a lot more fun. And I think there's a pretty solid case for it to be an Olympic sport. I think that will happen at some point or another. Nobody has the crystal ball, but it's just exciting to ride the pickleball wave.
And that was our Get to Know Zane Navratil. Thanks, Dylan.
He's looking,
Couple
Dylan Fraser,
waters.
yeah, looking out for us. Appreciate making sure we're hydrated in the booth.
But as we got to see in that video, Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil teaming up during the New York City tournament this last summer at the historic site of the U.S. Open tennis tournament. So as we mentioned, they have teamed up many times, known each other for many years.
Yep, and let's take a couple views at the backdraw matchups. We have Millie Rain and Gabe Tardio versus Bright and Ignatowicz. Simone Jargin, J.W. Johnson versus Lee Whitwell, Julian Arnold.
0-0-2.
And over on CC2, Maggie Raminzi and Andre Deescu take on Corinne Carr and DJ Young. That is going on right now on our second streamed court. But here, Game 3 kicking off. Andrea Koop, Zane Navratil on the far end. Dylan Fraser, Georgia Johnson on the near end. They'll switch ends at 6. And then someone's heading to our winner bracket final.
Wow, what a spot. 2 highlight reel shots from Georgia Johnson to start Game 3 with a nice counter attack on point 1 and a great initial speed up on point 2. Yeah, lots of English on that car volley from Zane Navratil.
Are you saying English?
English is spin. Yeah, English is spin. It's another word for spin.
Oh, I literally heard you say that yesterday, and I was like, I don't know what he means. I feel like some people at home didn't know either, so I'm glad I asked.
Yes, no, I'm
Spin.
sure. Yes,
so when Adam
spin,
Stone says English, he means spin.
That is correct.
All right, wow.
Junk is spin.
Yes, that I know.
Rotation is spin.
Yep,
so there's lots of, you got to diversify here in the booth. I got my favorite words to go to. I'm trying to spread out the love a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
0-2-2.
Wow, crazy hands from Dylan Fraser. I actually think English came from billiards. Talking about putting spin on the ball for billiards. I might have just fabricated that, but I think that's correct.
I wouldn't know any different, so I believe you.
Nice deep volley from Andrea Koop, forcing Dylan Fraser to be slightly off balance for his drop attempt.
Our chat coming in clutch as always. It is a billiard term, but also a term in golf.
Ah, there you go. Excellent. Thank you, chat. Nice recovery from Dylan Fraser. after a couple loose drops while serving. Found a nice spot on that volley.
He's doing such a great job. He brings that paddle up so high, but still gets on top of it because of the flick down.
Yes.
And you mentioned without that racket background, Frazier doesn't have, the tennis ingrained into his mind, so he covers his chest and upper body so much better with the paddle.
Excellent defense after some nice pressure from Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson. And Zane Navratil able to clean up with whatever you want to call it, scorpion, cobra.
Mongoose. Oh, not happy about that.
Yeah, she let it out on that one. It's tough. Got exactly what she wanted after a nice mini exchange and catches the tape.
And just like games 1 and 2 before, it is Johnson and Frazier out in front at the beginning of this third game. They will switch ends at 6.
4-0-2.
Nice job. That ball looking a little juicier than it actually was by that point of contact. Georgia Johnson sticking with the offensive mindset, and I think she should have been a little softer there, but very, very tough when you get that in-between ball to make that decision in the moment.
Who is this person on the court? Who is she? How do I get to know her more?
And
how do I become her?
I'm going to tell you who she is. The best Johnson. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. I like a little shade throwing down in the booth. My goodness. Ooh, the hit from Navratil there.
It's even the calm and collected players. You can tell how bad they want it. You got to let it out sometimes. And very frustrated with the start of this game 3 and letting the ball know it. Yeah, nice roll, catching Navratil off balance and kind of going with the bailout speed up as his feet were not underneath him.
5-0-1.
I'm just sitting on the sideline. It's so easy to be objective about what you're looking at because you're not in the middle of it. Acknowledging that, I think it, again, tell me if I'm wrong, Adam. Coop and Navratil need to slow the ball down. They're just on their heels. They're not handling. That is not what they need to. I don't understand why they have not gone to that play in their playbook. It just seems, it's blowing my mind that they themselves have not thought, we need to slow this down.
Right, and the thing is they're in a tough spot now, being down 0-6, because Johnson and Frazier have free reign to be aggressive at all points of the point. So, when it's a little bit tighter, being a little more tentative makes sense, but now they have free reign. So they definitely have a tall task ahead of them with Frazier and Johnson playing very loose with their offense with the 6-point lead.
Time in. 6-0-1.
Well, just destroy a two-handed backhand that could help them dig out of it. But yes, I think some point construction and getting all 4 to the kitchen line is definitely a recipe for success for Coop and Navratil right now. ridiculous defense from Coop and Navratil, who I was very worried about them during this point a couple times, but incredible D, like I mentioned, and were able to turn that defense to offense to win the point.
And to be clear, someone said it in the chat, Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier are playing out of their minds. Like, there is absolutely no question they're playing better in this match than Navratil and Coop. I'm just, it's just that I'm not seeing any sort of trying to mix it up from Navratil and Coop. They're just letting the match be dictated to them because Johnson and Frazier are playing so well. That's no question.
Second serve. Six, 0-2.
Nice, one of the few times we see Dylan Frazier change up his spot, and it was a perfect time to do so as Zane Navratil was looking for the forehand. Another example of Coop leaving that initial dink high, and she's crashing back to the middle to cover that high dink, and a perfect spot from Dylan Frazier going behind her. Nice combination from Zane Navratil, cleaning up with the 3-shot combo.
0-8-1.
They're still looking to get a point on the board, though, here in Game 3.
Second serve.
And winner of the semis heads to our winner bracket final.
0-8-2.
Andrea Coop extremely excited that they came out on top of that, put that first point on the board.
1-8-2.
Next up, we'll have our other semifinal. Mary Brasha and Federico Staxrud take on Vivian David and Thomas Wilson after this matchup.
Oh, they got two, so needed to get on the board, and they did. So several times in Game 2 we had some quick side outs from both teams. Let's see if they can get one here. Well, it's a good start. Halfway, that's half the battle, getting the first point. One more to get the ball back and possibly shrink this 6-point lead.
8-2-2.
Andrea Coop saying, "You're so much faster than me." I think she was fully thinking that was her ball, but Zane Navratil, with the fancy footwork, able to get back to the middle and cause some confusion, unfortunately.
Great job from Coop making the switch. Match point for Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier. And they'll get it done here pretty easily in this third game. Coop and Navratil trying to put up a fight, but not much they can do against what Frazier and Johnson were throwing their way. So we head to the Franklin studio, but first, let's get to know Georgia Johnson a little bit more. lied. Let's get to know Dylan Frazier a little bit more.
I'm Dylan Frazier. I'm 20 years old, and I'm from Columbia, Missouri. First time I ever heard about pickleball was when I was in Florida. We were vacationing there, and my mom said we should go play pickleball because she had played while she was in college. So we played at the rec center there, and we really liked it, and we just kept playing after that. It's really easy to learn. It's harder to move up and play at a higher level for people of all ages. You can play with your family. You can compete at a high level at an older age more so than other sports. So just the fact that everybody can play it and it's easy to learn. I feel like there's more strategy in pickleball. There's a lot that goes on at the kitchen line. There's a lot more reflex battles at the net, which is exciting to see. It's not just two people hitting from the baseline 30 times and someone misses into the net. Like, you get up to the line, you're working the ball around, you can lob it, you can do a lot of different things with it, points in and several different fashions. I'd like to see it just keep growing and growing and growing, maybe make it into the Olympics. There's talk about it coming to the Olympics in 2028 in LA. That'd be really cool to see. And yeah, I just hope that it's going to continue to take off. A lot more talent's come into the sport recently, so the draws are getting deeper, the brackets are tougher now, which is exciting. Yeah, I just want to see more people come into it and love the sport the same way I do.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin once again with Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier, this time heading to our winter bracket final. Did you guys talk about going up against this matchup with Andrea and Zane, that you wanted to keep the pressure on, you wanted to keep the pace high? Was that something you talked about going into this match?
Yeah, I think it plays more into both of our game styles to be more aggressive, and I think we kind of backed away from that in game 2, and they played excellent, but we missed a couple chances and definitely got back on it in game 3.
I mean, you've played with Zane Navratil before. You know his game super well. I mean, Andrea Koop, just a phenomenal player as well. It seemed like every time they tried to mix it up, possibly slow it down, you just kept firing at them, kept the pressure on. I mean, you seemed in control that entire match. Did it feel like you guys felt pretty in control?
We felt pretty good the whole match, but like you said, Zane and Andrea they're really tough, and they're really good about slowing it down and kind of playing to their game, kind of taking us out of our game, and that's what they did really well in the second game when they got that one. But in the third game, we were able to kind of speed it up a little bit, keep the energy high, kind of play some quicker points and speed up earlier, and it worked out well for us.
I mean, Georgia Johnson, there were a couple rallies in that. Blowing my mind how fast your hands were, how quick you were. I mean, we talk all the time, of course, J.W. Johnson, your big brother, one of the best in the game. We know drilling with him and playing with him has to elevate your game as well. Is that part of what plays into your sort of fearlessness?
He learns from her.
Yeah, I mean, that is
exactly
excellent.
What I was going to say.
You've taught him everything he knows?
Exactly.
But, you're fearless against every single player. Navratil's bringing the heat. Koop's bringing the heat. You just handle it. I mean, do you feel like you're confident in your fast hands and being able to counter anything that someone throws at you?
Yeah, I mean, no point in being scared. It doesn't get you anywhere. Well, then we won, so why not?
I mean, both of you guys played so fantastic in that match. You're into the winter bracket final and a guaranteed spot on the podium, so congratulations. We'll see you guys in just a little bit, but we'll find out who they're going to face in our second semifinal match on deck. Mary Brasha and Federico Staksrud take on Vivian David and Thomas Wilson. That's coming your way in Hilton Head right after this.
Fruit Smash Super Hot Seltzer with real juice. It's party juice.
The APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open, brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. And Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pro. Welcome back, everyone, to our second semifinal matchup here in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Mary Brasha and Federico Staksrud will take on Vivian David and Thomas Wilson. Before we get into it, though, we have over 1,000 people watching on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us. And because I love interacting with you all, I need at least 100 of you to answer a fun question Adam and I have for both of you. Mine is, what is your favorite fall time activity? And Adam, what's yours?
Mine is growing up, if you're an adult that still trick-or-treats, that's great too. But what is your favorite candy and your least favorite candy that you got?
To receive trick-or-treating.
Correct.
Ooh, yeah. Some of the ones, those full-size candy bars. Oh.
I'm about to drop 100 on full-size candy bars. We're new. We got a new house. We're new to the neighborhood. I got to make a good first impression.
Those kids need to know that's a good house to go to.
Mm-hmm.
So put those in the chats. We will love to see your answers here as we are getting into this second semifinal match. Again, appreciate all of you guys sticking with us. It can't be pickleball. People, I shouldn't have to explain myself that pickleball is not an acceptable answer. We need non-pickleball related activities in the fall. We're talking pumpkin spice lattes. We're talking going to see the leaves changing.
Okay, let's bring it
Crisp walks in the fall time air.
Crisp. Yes.
The sound of crunching leaves beneath your feet. Like, I'm giving you guys all the answers. This is unbelievable.
While I don't particularly dislike them, if it's the only option, I think my answer for least favorite would be Tootsie Rolls.
I love a Tootsie Roll.
No, not for me. Not for me.
See that Tootsie Roll. That Tootsie Roll. Let me see. That was like one of my favorite junior high inappropriate dances that they let you do. They didn't know.
At the sock hop?
I can't believe we disagree so much on the Tootsie Roll.
Oh, no, definitely. Like I said, if there's no other option, I would gladly eat a Tootsie Roll. But, not my favorite. And
all right.
Yeah, Lauren, this is a little – we have the hottest mixed team in the land, Vivian David and Thomas Wilson. But this is a matchup that – in the semifinals or deeper in the tournament, we probably haven't seen these teams too frequently. So I'm excited to see the different matchup and what the players have in store for us in the second semifinal matchup.
Absolutely. Mary Brasha and Federico Staksrud on the near end. Steve Hess is our USA Pickleball Certified referee. As a reminder, if you didn't see it, you should go back and watch it. Vivian David and Thomas Wilson coming off of a gold medal in Houston last weekend. First gold medal together as a pair.
1-0-1.
They're looking to double down.
Point.
That shot from Wilson will not get it done, though.
This might be a stretch, but we have the Vivian David shirt and the Thomas Wilson shorts. It's pretty Christmas festive, huh?
That is very Christmassy. A little ahead of time, but...
Second serve.
Yeah, nice look. Mary Brasha trying to move the dink around, pulling one cross court to Vivian, and then trying to play the middle, but a nice little jab step to the middle from Thomas Wilson with the forehand speed up.
A little wide there as Staksrud getting aggressive.
The patented Staksrud lunge, a great weapon for him, but unable to control that last attempt.
What was the call there? Point.
Nice job of bringing the paddle down to get out of the way from Thomas Wilson, letting that ball sail deep.
Does anybody, especially on the ladies' side, do the ATP better than Vivian David? I will wait.
You might be waiting a while.
Oh, my goodness.
Point.
While I absolutely love Thomas Wilson, he is one of the more annoying players on tour because he has effortless movement and effortless power, and I'm very jealous of both of those.
Second serve. Three, 2-2.
Wow. Awesome point. Awesome point. A little bit of everything. Finished with the Thomas Wilson flying Ernie. Great cover in the middle early in the point from Mary Brasha after Federico looking for another ATP from Vivian David. So, as I said, a little bit of everything in that point. Attacks, court coverage, speed ups, the defense, the whole thing.
I'll tell you what, I'm feeling much more settled now, getting to see some longer, drawn-out rallies with some soft. It's calming me down.
Side out.
Vivian on it. And I mentioned with the Corinne Carr situation that she's a right side player in women's, and I think that's a big advantage in mixed for the ladies. And both ladies on court are right side players in women's as well.
Second serve.
Nice slippery attack from Thomas Wilson, forcing Mary Brasha into a two-handed forehand counter attempt.
4-2.
Wow, really, I mean, crazy the difference between some of these points in the previous match. Really long, drawn-out points. That's been a topic of conversation quite a bit in the previous match, and it's good to see it here.
Just wide. And we have the Maggie Brasha in the chat, of course, cheering on her sister Mary and Federico Staxrud. That might be our first pro sighting in the chats today. Pros, I know you're lurking out there. Come say hi to the people. Oh.
Second serve.
Yikes!
Pretty strong reaction from Thomas. I think that might have caught something.
That extra flinch at the end. Navratil got off a little luckier, it looked like, in the previous match.
Side out. Two, 5-1.
Okay, Mary wants in. She wants in on the ladies' ATP crown up for grabs. Love the talk in the middle of it, though. Thomas Wilson recognized Staxrud was going to speed that up before he ever even hit it and told Vivian to watch out. Good communication.
Yes, and partner communication, huge part of the game in all facets of the game, but especially in mixed, when there can be a little more confusion in the middle with how much court the male player is taking. Yeah, great ball unleashing on that two-hander from Mary Brasha. Nothing Thomas Wilson can do. He just taps his paddle and says, nice shot, moves on to the next one.
4-5-2. Point. Five, 5-2.
Nice 1-2 combination with the initial speed up, jamming up Federico Staksrud a little bit, and Thomas Wilson, one of the better forehand putter awayers of the ball on tour. Very loose arm. Ball flies off that electrum.
5-5-1. Point.
Another thing about Thomas Wilson is a high majority, high percentage of the male players on tour seem to favor or want to hit those backhand counterattacks. Thomas Wilson very much the opposite, almost always looking for the forehand.
Oh, beautiful lob. Oh, just... I mean, great lob there from Wilson.
And to be honest, not a huge part of his game, but
No.
very well executed and well timed right there.
I mean, that's the thing. A shot doesn't have to be something you pull out all the time, but if you know how to do it, then it is an option for you. So being able to have all those options just... Oh, heard the tink.
Ting. Yeah, Fed decided he wants to take a timeout after that missed ATP attempt, and I think it's a good decision as just about 2 minutes ago the score is 5-5, and David and Wilson pulling away a little bit with a 3-point lead.
Yeah, we saw last weekend in Houston, David and Wilson, they just are gelling so well together, both playing really high level in their own games and then together as a partnership. And we even talked about, we saw a couple new partnerships in Houston. This weekend, a little bit more back to kind of some ones that are not so brand new. But Wilson and David do so well. It's not two individual players playing together and playing amazing. They're playing amazing together as one unit. And we got, of course, Brittany Wilson cheering on that team. Oh my gosh, does it say Nash on her hat? That's for the doggy,
it does say Nash
and that's going to be Hunter Johnson right there because I can tell them apart. Nope, is that Yates? I didn't see.
No, I think it is Hunter. Yeah, that's Hunter.
Yeah, and Yates is behind him. I know I didn't see. And I was like, oh, nope, definitely. Hunter and Yates right behind him there talking to Shelby Bates.
You have one timeout remaining.
Cheering on their friends from Texas.
85-1.
Yeah, just hit it hard a bunch. Worked that point. Two third shot and fifth shot drive from Thomas Wilson, and then the patented cross-court backhand from Vivian David to seal the deal. A little late on a couple forehands from Federico Staksrud, going for a little bit too big of a swing when the ball coming at him with a lot of pace. Not always easy to shorten up that stroke, but when your opponents are really ripping it at you offensively, got to shorten up the swing a little bit.
Thank you. Thanks.
Point game,
And Wilson and David just too much here, but again, it looks like Brasha and Staxford struggled a little bit with some errors at the second half of that after keeping it a little close. So we'll take a break and back into the action in game 2 of this second semifinal matchup in Pro Mixed Doubles right after this.
Fruit Smash Super Hot Seltzer with real juice. It's party juice.
Back into the action here for our second semifinal matchup. Federico Staxrud and Mary Brasha on the far end, taking on Vivian David and Thomas Wilson on the near end. Wilson and David took game 1, 11-5, looking to close this out in 2 and face Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier in the winner bracket final.
Really nice slippery shot from Thomas Wilson, manipulating his wrist to go behind Federico Staxrud and cleaning up on the next ball. It's a really tough combination to handle.
Oh, the left-handed pickup. It's too good up the middle.
Yeah, I think he said not that time, not realizing he still had a shot. So I think it was a borderline hindrance in the middle of that point from Thomas Wilson.
Beautiful spot there for Mary Brasha.
You hear Staxrud saying, "That's the one. That's the one." He liked that very much, and we did too in the booth.
0-0-1. Second serve.
While both fellas are very active, not taking quite as much court as we saw earlier with DJ Young. And Dylan Frazier. It's every situation's different. Always talk about that perfect balance, and every match that balance is different. Nice job, Thomas Wilson, coming in hot, looking for an Ernie attempt, but able to make a nice adjustment and go with the soft shot, creating the error from Mary Brasha.
Second serve. One, 0-2.
Oh, getting a little air for some good measure there.
Yeah, great spot. And Federico looking to the backhand side because Vivian David's so good at going up the line, but she switched her spot to his right hip and completely handcuffed him. Very, very nice kind of adjusting of spots from Vivian David. I love to see it when she can go to both sides, meaning the left side of the male and the right hip of the male. It's so difficult to cover both.
Yeah, David just one of those super well-rounded players. Not necessarily the most amazing at any one thing in the game, just does so many things so well.
Second serve.
And I like the overall idea of that shot. Just a couple inches too low, so probably could have waited for a better ball, but I do like the attempt in general. Wow, Thomas Wilson sliding to his left to hit a forehand and somehow putting up a sharp inside-out angle on the forehand side. Very high degree of difficulty on that shot.
Forehand more than the backhand, and we see why.
And that's a perfect example. Incredible forehand shot, backhand error. So just a little microcosm of what Thomas Wilson prefers.
Oh boy.
Yeah, got back to where he was, but you know when you're looking to make those offensive moves, sometimes you get stuck, and he tried to bail himself out, but he couldn't do it with nice two-handed backhand from Federico.
Second serve.
Yeah, a little frustrated. No reason to miss that one. Totally in balance, stepping into the court. Wow, very tough break. Nice scramble and defense from Mary Brasha, but always tough when a point ends like that.
2-0-1.
Yep, that's the one, mixing up the spots. So Federico having to be somewhat neutral after she previously went to his right hip, and she takes that one to the left side of his body, mixing and matching the spots beautifully.
Yeah, you talked about it. She's just so good at going behind whichever male player is in front of her, keeping them super honest. Just that really nice inside out.
And pulled it wide, a little out in front of that counterattack. And I've played Vivian several times, Lauren, and one of the toughest for me to read when she is attacking me straight ahead. The no spin move. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I think I've got her once or twice, but I've struggled heads up with Vivian David in the past, and
you're not alone. Oh, tough spot.
Yeah.
They could probably start a support group for all of the players that have been personally hurt by Vivian David on the court.
Yeah, and it's weird. Some matchups are a lot different. Nice job from Federico on the initial speed up and the easy cleanup. But yeah, it's just weird because you just see the ball off the paddle well for some players, and some it's just always a battle. You know, sometimes there's a reason you can see why it is, and sometimes there really isn't. It's just seeing it clean, seeing it big like a beach ball, and sometimes it looks like a little tiny golf ball coming at you. There's really no explanation.
The ATP on the knee is starting to become Vivian David's specialty.
Definitely an extended rally. And you mentioned this earlier, that Vivian is a very well-rounded player, and not that our previous 4 competitors are not very well-rounded, but all 4 of those players in the previous semifinal are more known for their initial speed-ups.
Mm-hmm.
I think every player on this court for the rest of the day can do all things on the pickleball court, but these 4 players right now are not necessarily really known for their initial speed ups, and I think that's kind of a different dynamic than what we saw in the previous semifinal, as a lot of these points are much more extended than the previous matchup.
I mean, you can't be a pro at this level and not be able to do everything. I think we talk about a lot of pros, and we mentioned, they're well known for this. Mm-hmm. They like to do this. They favor this. And I think Vivian David has some of those things as well, as does all of these players. But I think, I don't know if I would say David is known for one thing. I think maybe, if anything, maybe the resets.
Right. The
so
defense,
good, but it's
mid-court. But yeah, so, I mean, say there's a list of 10 attributes you have on the court. Initial speed-ups might be 1 or 2 for some players. They might be 7 or 8 for others.
Absolutely.
Everyone can do everything, but obviously these players have some specifics that they really like, and some that are a little further down the list.
David and Wilson rolling here in game 2.
Yeah, Federico trying to create something, but yes, Thomas Wilson very comfortable sliding to his left, knowing that Federico was going to go middle there, and smacked a forehand counter. Same situation, a little bit different spot, different result.
That one a little higher. He doesn't mind that one quite as much.
7-1-2.
I mean, you said not part of his game, but it worked so well that first time. Why not let us see it again? It worked just as well this second time.
8-1-2.
And again, the straight-up lob is much harder than the cross-court lob. You got a little bit more court to work with. Oh, the big smile.
Yes, and it is the more effective of the 2 lobs, but the much more difficult to execute of the 2 lobs. So definitely some risk reward there. Yeah, it's too good from Vivian, who lower ball could not fully speed up, but found a way to be aggressive in that mid-pace range, and she's rewarded with the point.
Big laughs at that mini collision there between Vivian David and Thomas Wilson. And yes, saw in the chat, Vivian David was born in Canada, lived there for several years in her very younger years, but grew up mostly in the Naples, Florida area. 7 siblings. Big family.
Great spot. Mississauga, Canada. I don't know how I knew that, but I did.
I mean, I love it. Random knowledge you can just pull out of somewhere. Fantastic. That's why we keep you around, Adam Stone.
Side out.
And maybe a slight bit of frustration on that forehand drive from Federico Staxrud.
Timeouts called by the receivers. Score 10-1-1, 1 minute.
And we'll have a timeout, I think partly on behalf of the frustration and needing to calm down. And again, we talked a little bit about Brush and Staxrud, not necessarily their seed number accurately reflecting their true abilities. However, still some big upsets under their belt here today. Certainly, I think a bit unexpected that they find themselves here in the semifinals. A great result for them, the best they've had as a partnership, getting to the semifinals and getting to be on center court multiple times. Mary said they have not yet had an appearance on a center court before. So again, really great result already for them. But is this maybe a situation where because they're a little lower seed, we're coming up now in the semis against really some of the higher rated teams, they just, Wilson and David, just a little too much to handle here in the semi for them?
Yes.
I mean, again, Mary and Federico, fantastic players, but they're new in their partnership. Staxrud still learning the mixed game a little bit as he's not quite as comfortable at working so hard. And again, a great result for them getting here to the semis. They're not done yet. They'll drop to our consolation bracket. They got some tough, fierce competition in that back draw, but it is Mary's coming right over to me, and I was like, Mary, I just want to talk to you. Right here. It's Vivian David and Thomas Wilson who will head to that winner bracket final to face Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier and get themselves a guaranteed spot on the podium. So we head to the Franklin studio, take a short break, and then back with some more mixed doubles action here in Hilton Head right after this.
This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
Last week. Welcome back. Take two in the Franklin studio. Thomas Wilson coming off first together partnership. How does that bolster the confidence coming into this weekend?
Extremely, for sure. I mean, last weekend was a great weekend. We had a lot of fun, and we know that pickleball can go either way. Like, some days you feel great, some days you don't, but off of that win last weekend definitely gave us the confidence and just like being able to know that we're right there.
I mean, great friends off the court, super gel well together on the court. What do you guys talk about coming into this, especially off that big win? It's something really kind of clicked into place for the two of you guys. Yeah. What was the discussion coming into this weekend to have hopefully a similar result?
I don't know that there was much of one, at least I don't remember. But I mean, for us, it's just about energy. Just reminding ourselves to have fun out there, because that's what it's about. Sometimes I get down on myself, and it gives me a big little smile. And it's like, come on. And I'm like, okay, you know what? This isn't so bad. So we have a blast out there.
I mean, going into the winter bracket final, you have a guaranteed spot on the podium again for your second time in a row here, back to back. What's going to be, do you think, the thing that's going to take you guys to the top of the podium again if you can execute the way you want to?
I mean, we know we play Dillon and Georgia in the main draw final, and they're a tough team. We know we're definitely going to have to lock in early, like just make sure that we construct the points. They got fast hands, so but also play our game, you know, like be aggressive, not be passive-minded, and just go out swinging, and we'll see. Just have fun.
I mean, of course, crowd here in Hilton Head, packed to the gills, a little bit tight on the court. How has sort of the energy been as the crowd is kind of right there on top of you guys here surrounding you?
I mean, I think it's ideal for spectators. I mean, it's almost worth having tight quarters. The energy, so it's working out well enough, you know, so it's great.
All right, well, we'll see you kids in the winter bracket final. That's coming up in just a moment, but we have to get and Simone Jardim versus Anna Bright and James Ignatowicz first. This is a match to 15. Both of these teams still just looking to stay alive here in our mixed draw. Anywhere back into the action here in Hilton Head right after this.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Do their fragging seat. Rose, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
Well, what's up with this team sheet? Inverted fullback and a false nine?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it until you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
Welcome back, everyone. Look at that gorgeous foliage here in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. We have coming up a match to 15. Anna Bright and James Ignatowicz take on Simone, Georgine, and J.W. Johnson. What a bracket here in mixed pro doubles when this is a backdraw matchup between these two unbelievably fabulous teams, both of which easily could have made it onto the podium today. One of them definitely will not, because at the end of this, one of these teams is done for the day, and one team will keep their hopes alive of getting back into that bronze medal match and a spot on the podium. Awesome part of the double elimination bracket that come through from the back draw. But we have Isabel Gauthier for our USA Pickleball certified referee for this matchup. Again, one match to 15. We'll switch ends at 8. And then somebody moves on and somebody's done.
That's right. Anna Bright and James Ignatowicz trying to pull off the impossible, playing doubles with your significant other.
Not their first time. They've done it before to fairly well. I mean, they're here again, so it's got to have gone good enough that they're willing to try again.
Tough break off the let cord, but a couple couples have crashed and burned, myself being one of them with Corinne Carr. We have a on-court breakup of Megan Fudge and Ryler DeHart and Rob Cassidy and Michelle Esquivel. Very difficult.
That'll do it.
Very difficult.
All right, Anna Bright feeling good already here. Bright and Ignatowicz, the number 10 seed here in mixed doubles, while Simone Georgine and J.W. Johnson, the number 1 seed. Ignatowicz playing singles out here while Anna Bright just takes it easy in the backcourt.
James hit ball hard.
Oh my gosh, that's so accurate. Just catches in. I was talking to Vivian David and Thomas Wilson just a little bit as these teams were warming up, but new fashion icon on the scene, J.W. Johnson right now with that popped collar. He's making a statement. Everyone please notice.
To clean up for And that's exactly what he did on that point. Man, we're having some serious lower body shots from the fellas today. Another one. Great cover, great length from James Ignatowicz. Familiar matchup with Anna Bright in front of J.W. Johnson. Lots of practice between the two down in Southeast Florida. Nice pressure early in the point from Ignatowicz and some nice soft stuff from Anna Bright in the second half of that point, creating an error from Simone Jargin.
We are tied up at 6s here in this match to 15. Oh.
Very tough to drive at Simone. She's one of the best in the business at letting out balls go out, and I have fallen victim to that at least 100 times, I would say. One of the players on tour that I have never beaten. Not exactly sure how many times. I think it's 10 or so, but not a W against Simone.
All right, so Jargin and Johnson pull away here, get to 8 first trigger, the end change. And, you know, watching this, obviously, Ignatowicz just broke onto the scene not that long ago. People need to remember he's still pretty new to pickleball. Came on big in singles first, as we've seen a lot of high-level tennis players do. Now definitely having some good results in mixed, but you mentioned there's a different dynamic from tennis to the doubles game in pickleball, the mixed especially. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and just say Ignatovic still trying to find his role well. I think when you have Anna Bright as your mixed partner, she can do so much, and I do think he is doing a little too much. I think he's just a little too all over the place right now, and just over time, I think, just needs to settle into that role a little bit more.
Once again, catching him on the full stretch, and I agree with you, and I think that he possibly could let Anna speed it up and him clean it up instead of trying to force all the offense himself.
Yes, agreed.
Good spot. I think coming in a little higher than Anna Bright thought and unable to come up with the block. Nice speed up from Simone Jargin. Full stretch from Simone, the GOAT, weathering the storm of the offensive barrage from James Ignatovic, and her young buck of a partner there to clean it up with the forehand. Very nice job, as Simone did the heavy lifting in that point, and JW with the glory.
So we are getting towards the end of our back draw. The winner of this match will face Mary Brascia and Federico Staxrud. And I believe, is that the final? Oh, no. Still got some more to go. Excuse me. We have Kawamoto and Barr taking on Raminzi and Daescu. Winner of that faces Kupa Navratil. And then I believe after we get through those, then we'll be into our final feeder match into that bronze. So not too many more matches to go in that back draw to see who is going to finally emerge from the scenic route. So bronze medal.
Nice ball from James Ignatovic, but the shot before from his partner Anna Bright, very nice to get him that opportunity. Nice job. 2 quick points. Not scored points, but 2 quick points to get the side out from Ignatovic and Bright. Yeah, tough. Don't hate her occasionally going at J.W. Johnson, but can't do it from 4 feet off the kitchen line. Hand speed's too electric. If there is a time to attack him, it is probably in mixed, as he will lean even heavier than normal to the forehand side in the middle. So I get the idea from Anna Bright. Just would have hoped she would have picked a different spot. Yeah, really good use of the length from Ignatovic, pulling a trigger from below his knees but catching his opponents off guard.
All right, Johnson's starting to get a little bigger. We talk, a lot of players don't have the different levels. A lot of times, you know, we kind of see them playing to the best of their ability in any given match. But Johnson, not one of those players. He can play at a certain level, which is still really, really good, and then he can turn it up to 11.
Sure.
And you don't see that a lot with players, having that extra sort of notch that they can go up, that they kind of reserve for moments they feel it's necessary.
7th gear, I guess some cars have 5 gears, some have 6. I don't really know. But, yes, an extra gear. And I think, to your point, Lauren, that we've seen Ignatowicz with the full-out barrage, and we've seen J.W. Johnson rely on his partner and pick his spots.
Yep.
So J.W. playing his side, creeping to the middle occasionally. Ignatowicz kind of posted up in the middle. So, very tough to figure out the optimal strategy as we talk about all the time. But two different styles of high-level guys getting involved in this match.
And, of course, Johnson and Jardim have played together many times now this year, especially. So they're certainly comfortable with their roles within this partnership, although Bright and Ignatowicz are dating in real life. Again, that doesn't always translate to on-court chemistry and the ability to work super well together. I think they can work really well together, but I think they're still kind of figuring it out.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. And, of course, we don't have this stat on hand, but I would love to see mixed doubles court time on championship court, and it very much favors J.W. Johnson and Simone Jardim.
The butterfly came out. The beautiful butterfly crawled out of its cocoon there as J.W. Johnson spread his wings.
Yeah, great initial counterattack, but swing getting a little too large on the second ball, sailing it long. Yeah, that's the GOAT doing GOAT things. A little bit of sexy time from Simone Jardim, holding that ball past James Ignatowicz to the last second on her paddle.
Match point. Up from Jardim. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah, 2 lobs in that point.
We got a second shot at it though here. He read that so easily, that speed up from Ignatowicz, and that's just how good J.W. Johnson is. So they stay alive, knocked down earlier today by Mary Brasha and Federico Staxrud, but they are fighting here in the back draw, and they will live to fight another one, but Ignatowicz and Bright done for the day. Good run from them. We'll take a break and back with our mixed doubles action here in Hilton Head, South Carolina at the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open presented by Lexus.
Fruit, 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 fruit,
Fruit Smash Super Hot Seltzer with real juice. It's party juice.
No time to waste under the setting sun into our wildest dreams. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Do their fragging seat. Rose, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
What's up with this team sheet?
Inverted fullback and a false nine? The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it, so you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
Welcome back, everyone. Fantastic winner bracket final about to get underway between Thomas Wilson and Vivian David versus Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier. And before we get started, let's take a closer look at Georgia Johnson.
My name is Georgia Johnson. I'm 16 years old. I'm from Boynton Beach, Florida. The first time I ever heard about pickleball, I was with a neighbor. My neighbor introduced me to the sport. My immediate family all started to play when we moved to Florida. I remember thinking, this is really fun because I got to hit the ball as hard as I could and all my family members. So then we kind of got into it playing rec games and then tournaments from there. I don't know if my game is special, but I like it. I wouldn't change it. Definitely like to play more on the powerful side of things. I always like pickleball better than tennis. I always say that no hands battles in tennis, like you miss out on that part of it. And I just like it because it's faster. I like the APP Tour format because it's a little bit different than everybody else's, and from different sports, it's a little unique to pickleball. And I like the fact that you can come back through the backdraw. I think that's special. I think pickleball is definitely going in the direction of one of the bigger sports. I think it could be pretty iconic, and I could definitely see it going to the Olympics in the future.
back into the action, and that was getting to know Miss Georgia Johnson just a little bit more. 16-year-old Georgia Johnson out of Boynton Beach, Florida, just saw her brother JW survive to fight another match. Could very well see him back in the medal rounds. They're no stranger to facing each other on the court, though. But it is Dylan Frazier this time partnering up with Georgia Johnson, 20 years old, in Ashland, Missouri, where he's a full-time student at the University of Missouri in his junior year. And Vivian David, 25, on the opposite side in Dripping Springs, Texas, which is the home of Dreamland as well as MLP. She partners up with Thomas Wilson, who's about 45 minutes an hour from her in New Braunfels, Texas, along with some other really fabulous pickleball players, not to mention the Johnson twins, Hunter and Yates, as well as Wyatt Stone. And then, of course, the more pros than I can name who are now in Austin, Texas, one of the biggest pickleball hubs in the country now. Andrea Gately, our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match, kicks us off. And one of these teams will be done for the day after this. They will secure their spot on Championship Sunday in the gold medal match. And one of these teams will head to bronze.
Did he say O'Dilly?
I think he said O'Diddy.
Oh, either Diddy or Dilly.
Yep. Oh, it probably was Dilly because
Yeah.
it's Dylan Frazier. Yeah, I go with yours.
Single file defense from David and Thomas Wilson after some great defense on the near side of the court. Just too much Thomas with 4 or 5 big forehands.
Okay, Vivian David. Letting Dylan Frazier know early.
The fans are cheering a lot.
You just
yes.
keep getting lit up.
Yes, I'm getting lit up,
Adams.
for sure.
Definitely sounds like a personal problem.
It is. It definitely is. It's never good when you make a mistake off the end of your paddle, you look back and your partner is in perfect position to make the ball, but this is pro level mixed doubles and that is just going to happen occasionally. Already seen probably a few points longer than all of Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier's semifinal matchup. Lots of trigger pulling and lots of dinking so far early in this match. Yeah, I think she pulled off the cardinal sin of pickleball, that is changing your mind.
Yeah.
And not the best speed up from Georgia Johnson and Vivian David. We're right there. Not surprising to see Florida native Georgia Johnson following in the footsteps of her brother and going with the long pants in this matchup.
Point. 3-2-2. Side out.
Thomas Wilson pulling off that forehand a little bit, deciding to go behind Dylan Frazier, who he was expecting to protect his partner that was moving forward. great spot and great extension into the kitchen from Vivian David. Hitting that ball as close to Dylan Frazier as possible.
You took a pregnant pause there. I thought you were done. I apologize for sneaking in there. Now that we're seeing a few points, a few rallies play out here in this match as we're getting going, do you have any predictions in terms of if it's going to be super close the whole time? Do we think it'll go to 3? Any thoughts as we're starting to see what's playing out here?
Oh, no, I expect it to be very close. And I did mention Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson already doing a little more dinking in some of these rallies. And that could be for a few reasons. It could be maybe they respect the hands of their opponents, or maybe their opponents just aren't giving them much to work with. So lots of reasons for that. Nothing absolutely specific, but just always interested in seeing what kind of patterns and what kind of vibe a match starts with.
Did everyone see the flash of the 2023 schedule? We're just subliminally putting it into your mind.
I like that.
You didn't see it, but all of a sudden you want to go register for 2023 tournaments.
That's like Mugatu and Zoolander, you know, just
exactly.
Subliminal. It's real. It's, you know, it might be even more powerful than just flat out saying it, you know.
2-5-1. Fight. 3-5-1.
Good crouch from Dylan. Good eye, good crouch from Dylan Frazier. But it'll be interesting to monitor. Dylan Frazier loves from the middle, who is often sitting backhand heavy, but Thomas Wilson sits forehand. So that'll be an interesting pattern moving forward, whether Dylan Frazier adjusts his spot or possibly attacks less frequently.
4-5-2.
Nice lean in from Georgia Johnson. I think that is completely okay in my book. I know she was unable to execute the shot, but the decision is A-okay with me. Vivian David showing why she is one of the best sliders in the game, meaning when she feels like she's going to get attacked, she slides to her right side and unleashes the fury on a two-handed backhand.
6-4-1.
I know she flubbed the forehand dink there, but one of the best inside-out backhands on the soft stuff, meaning third shots and transition zone from Vivian David. Tough luck with the let tape. And the reason I mentioned this soft stuff inside out from Vivian David is because it's very important in mixed because she can keep that ball away from the man looking to be aggressive in the middle. So
I think it's so great, too. I think a lot of lower-level amateur players, I don't think they realize the nuances between women's doubles, men's doubles, mixed doubles. There's so many different things that come into play, and they think, you know, it's just pickleball. You know, you play what you want to play, and you stick to what you got. But it is so more nuanced than that, especially at this high level.
Yes, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
4-8-1.
I was thinking that point was going to be over right from the speed up and the huge forehand counter from Dylan Frazier, but great defense from all four players to extend that point, but just too much Johnson and Frazier on that one. Times we've seen that from Georgia. That one was a little bit lower, but that's part of her game to lean in and be aggressive with the forehand. So I expect that to continue, but
wasn't going to get it done. Big smile.
Yeah, he said help. He said help right in the middle of it. That's good. That's
the
good
best
stuff.
part was his toe was on the sideline, so he'd already gone in the kitchen, but I appreciate that extra hop. Where were you, Vivian?
Yes, I'll talked multiple times about Thomas Wilson being forehand dominant, but he has actually improved the two-hander as well. So not his go-to for sure, but when he needs it, it's there.
Gosh, Vivian David she'll just like cut you when you're least expecting it.
I mean, that's a ridiculous shot from a ridiculous position and just so balanced. One of the wider bases with her feet on tour, and it just allows her to be so balanced through her shots.
Massive attacks there from Wilson. Huge drives. Georgia Johnson handles one, sends the second long, and we'll have a game point here for Vivian David and Thomas Wilson in game one of our winter bracket final. That one-handed backhand again instead of the two-hander from Georgia Johnson. Interesting development here that you pointed out earlier. Definitely noticing it here, but it is David and Wilson taking game one. They're looking ahead to their second gold medal match in as many weeks after taking gold in Houston. We'll take a short break, back into the action right after this.
This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
Fruit Smash Super Hot seltzer with real juice. It's party juice.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway in Game 2 of our winners bracket.
Yeah, would not be even a little bit surprised to see a Game 3 in our near future.
And
final, but again, Thomas Wilson and Vivian David just coming off a phenomenal tournament in Houston, both just playing lights out. So Frazier and Johnson certainly need to up their game. It's coming off a phenomenal tournament in Houston, but we're going to have a foot fault here on Vivian David. Oh, just a little toe tip there on that right foot. Good eye from Andrea Gately, our referee. If you were Johnson and Frazier, what do you think they would have, should have talked about in between games to Johnson and Frazier game 2?
One moment. So good, Viv, on that misdirect. And I think they just need to find a couple places to go to be offensive. So it's tough with Thomas sliding to his left on the forehand and Vivian sliding to her right with the backhand. So they have to find a consistent spot to go to when they're going to be aggressive from the kitchen line. And he got it to the Wilson backhand. Not that Thomas Wilson hit that poorly at all in the counterattack, but I like to see Dylan looking for that spot and having the electric hands on the second ball. Yeah, I think Thomas was considering letting that ball go out. Not sure if it would have landed in or out, but definitely would have landed in or out of his shot.
1-0-1.
Ooh. Not sure she would have got that back in, but she just take him out with that one.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what she apologized for. Wow, it's just kind of crazy good from Vivian David right now. She has one of the best counterattackers in the game, a little frazzled on the other side, and Dylan Frazier, just phenomenal speed ups from Vivian David. And possibly, not sure, but possibly, you know, some of those great speed ups from Vivian David getting in the head of Dylan Frazier, causing that soft shot error. Nice flying Ernie from Thomas Wilson. Often the male player choosing to Ernie with the backhand on the left side, but Thomas preferring the forehand, and you can see why he prefers it. And we have our first big adjustment of the match, as you see Georgia Johnson on the left side and Dylan Frazier on the right, understanding that the patterns they're currently getting into are not working out. Nice sustained pressure from Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson. We'll see if this adjustment and side can springboard a little run. Well, a little something going.
Little something going. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We are rocking a big number on YouTube. Definitely subscribe to our channel if you have not, to get notified when we go live at our tournaments, and share with some pickleball people that maybe are not watching yet, because this is some not to be missed pickleball here in Hilton Head.
Yeah, a slight bailout attempt from Thomas Wilson, meaning that he was in a very tough position and kind of went for a spectacular shot instead of a percentage shot.
Second serve. Two, 3, 2.
Just wide on that spot.
Yeah, Vivian helping him out. Talked about it yesterday in the singles, looking down at the ball, a very difficult call for the player that is looking there. So a little assistance from his partner to call that sideline.
Second server.
Good look from Thomas. Georgia Johnson transitioning. But that window closed quickly, and Thomas couldn't fit it into that tight spot. Some rare little bit of frustration shown from Dylan Frazier there. You don't see that too much as a pretty even-keeled player, but it's tough when your opponents are coming up with the goods and you kind of keep beating your head against the wall. Got to figure something out.
Yeah, just sort of misplaced shot there from Wilson, I think. Sort of in between a speed up. Ended up just leaving a little high in the middle there.
Yeah, sometimes you're soft, speed up, and you hit it right in between, and that's that's exactly what happened for Thomas Wilson on that point. Georgia Johnson leaving her third shot a little bit high, and great closing speed from Thomas Wilson, who was a little late getting forward, but at the last moment turned on the jets to take that ball out of the air.
Hit that nitro booster. Just sort of a reflex there from Johnson. Might have been sailing out, but again, so close to your face, you just instantly sort of put a paddle up.
You got to protect the moneymaker, you know?
5, 2, 1.
Seen her play a lot of pickleball. Great reaction time from Vivian, and it's just, I mean, it's honestly just too good right now from Thomas and Vivian, just firing on all cylinders. You can see occasionally after Vivian David hits a quality speed up, she almost like wants to say sorry that she keeps doing it. She has this funny look on her face like, my shots are really good and I'm going to keep doing them, but I feel a little bit bad at this point because everything's working.
I think she also has, I forget, there's a term for it, where you're really good, but you don't believe you're that good.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
It's like a false.
It's like
imposter syndrome, or
maybe,
it's something where you you're really good, but you just don't believe it.
Right.
And it's almost part of that as well. Like she has to know, but because of her personality and the way she is, I think she just is still almost like, oh my gosh, I'm a little surprised. I just did so amazing right there, or thinking it's not going to work out. And I get it, but also, I mean, Vivian, just watch back some tape and pretend you're anyone else watching yourself.
I mean, even there, didn't fully win the point with that speed up, but she set her partner up beautifully. So, like I said, all cylinders for Vivian and David, just playing like an absolute champion.
That was a double, double high kick.
Man, that's hard to do.
I'm not going to try it.
Yeah, I think maybe almost like it's like an ugly duckling to a swan, but she was never an ugly duckling. So
exactly, it's just a
271.
the attempt at the left-handed pickup there from Wilson. He's gotten a few of them.
But nice job by Georgia Johnson, who has caught the tape with a couple similar shots, able to execute that one.
Ooh, that was close.
Yeah, I think it was definitely in. But nice sustained pressure from Dylan Frazier, who at this point to win a point has to hit 7 amazing shots.
Exactly. That's a tough spot to be in. I mean, Wilson just threw this, that, and the kitchen sink at Johnson and Frazier right there. My goodness. This is Houston repeating itself.
472.
Oh, almost took him out.
Simultaneous frustration. They both kind of went down there. That was very funny.
That's how in sync they are, Adam,
yeah,
as a partnership.
Locked in. Nice job. That's a couple forehands from Georgia Johnson now that have been executed very nicely. So good to see her make that adjustment, as I don't think she was doing anything wrong in game one. She was just catching the tape. So a little more underneath those forehands and a little more committed to that shot, and then she's reaped the rewards these last couple minutes.
Johnson and Frazier get to 6. That is as far as they got in game one before they were stalled out by David and Wilson. We have a timeout here as they are on the precipice of being able to tie this up, possibly overtaking them.
All right, we have
a game 3.
Slight update here.
Yes, please.
We have Jade Kawamoto and Deckel Barr defeating Maggie Remenze and Andre De Escu 15-12, and they will now be matched up with Coop and Navratil. I'm sure Andrea Coop very excited not to play Maggie, as she is thoroughly convinced that Maggie plays better against her than anyone else on tour.
I see it.
Uh-huh.
We also have Simone Jargim and J.W. Johnson facing Mary Brasha and Federico Staxford, who dropped them out earlier in the day, so a rematch in the Backdraw. Winner of both of those 2 matches will face each other in the final feeder match into bronze.
Yeah, always a little funky to play a team twice in the bracket.
Oh, I actually thought that did miss it, but Wilson calls that good.
I didn't see it land, but phenomenal control of the pickleball to be aggressive and keep that ball in from Georgia Johnson. See, I think that, putting myself in Thomas's shoes, that I might have been able to make that ATP, but there is no way I'm getting back to the middle of the court to finish the next ball with the forehand. Incredible court coverage from Thomas Wilson.
Yeah, Georgia Johnson definitely a little upset at herself. She covered that ATP 2 feet off of the court, so I don't think Wilson was going to be able to get that back in. But again, you kind of got to commit to it before it even happens.
Dylan Frazier very upset with himself as he was as on that attack from Vivian David as he's been for any of the match. Just couldn't get it over the net. Wow. All I can say is I feel his pain. Just the variety of spots and the decision making from Vivian David is out of this world right now.
Just a free point at this stage, so tough. But I do feel like when they mixed the stack and put Johnson on that left side, they were starting to find a little something that was working, but they've gone back to the original, and David back to terrorizing Dylan Frazier. And so the reign continues here for Vivian David and Thomas Wilson. They head to their second Championship Sunday appearance through the winners bracket. We will see them on Sunday for the day. Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier head to bronze. Again, awaiting that opponent, so I imagine we'll have one or two of those feeder matches into the bronze. But we head to the Franklin studio and then back into the action here in Hilton Head right after this.
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Vivian David and Thomas Wilson, again heading to their second Championship Sunday without a defeat to their name today. I mean, didn't even go 3 games in any match today. What was the key for you two here today to be able to get back right into that Championship Sunday?
Lit people up today. I mean, that's really what happened all day long. And I was just supporting her. And we made it through.
I mean, Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier playing really well today as well. Of course, came up against you. Quite get it done, but you know they're always in it. They can always turn it on. How important was it for you guys to know you had to get out in front and stay there, not let the foot off the gas?
I mean, super important. Again, when you get the game under your belt, you're kind of like, okay, you have a little less pressure and stress heading into game 2. I think because Dylan and Georgia were sitting a little while, they were came out with a slow start. So I think we were fortunate to have a match just before we played this. But again, they got really hot in game 2, and I think just a couple of lucky points that went our way, but they were feeling it, and we had to take a timeout to try to cool them off. But I mean, they're great competitors, and I would not be surprised if we saw them back in Championship Sunday.
Absolutely. We have a couple days, well, one day now, in between now and Sunday when you'll be back in action in that next match. When you have a little bit more of a break, you can't count on the momentum that you've built throughout the day to carry you into that gold. How do you make sure you come out at a high level when you've had the downtime in between?
It's a good question. I mean, it's a constant battle. I mean, especially because the courts are so busy. So really it's try to be ready at all times and hop on courts to stay loose because it's so easy to tighten up. And if you're sitting for an hour or 2 hours coming out here and playing a quick game to 15 or even 2 out of 3 to 11's fast. So it's just a matter of staying loose and stretching and doing all the right things, but it's a battle for sure.
All right. Well, I mean, we talk all the time, pickleball, how much work are we doing on the court, off the court? But to kick us off here with your day being done, what is your favorite way to relax off of court? What does Vivian David like to do to mellow out, slow down, just enjoy the calmness?
Honestly, just spending it with friends and family, maybe just even sitting.
Couch potato, I love it.
And my dog, yeah, can't forget about my dog. But just kind of chill evenings, board games and stuff, but like just chill.
Thomas, what about you? Favorite way to relax off court?
Hang out with the wifey. We like to go out to eat and do random things. So, yeah, just family time is. And Nash, don't forget Nash. Sorry we didn't bring him this time, but we'll try to bring him next time.
Well, congratulations to both of you. We will see you on Championship Sunday, back-to-back 2 weeks in a row. Well done. Great playing today, and they are done for the day. So off to possibly relax without the doggies. The doggies aren't here, so we'll have to relax without them. But again, we're having one of those feeder matches up on deck. We don't know who exactly yet we're getting, so stay tuned. We will get you guys that information as soon as we have it. And then we'll conclude our day with that bronze medal match once we know who's into it. So say bye to these two. They're done for the day, but don't go anywhere. More action in Hilton Head still to come.
Under the setting sun,
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead, or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
Fruit, 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 and fruit, 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 and fruit, and fruit, 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 and fruit, 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 and fruit, and fruit, 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 and
Fruit Smash Super Hot Seltzer with real juice. It's party juice.
know? But then they started getting closer and closer, and that's when I saw it. This was no bear. It was like a bear squatch.
And that's over now.
What?
Dad, what's a bear squatch?
It's a cross between a bear and a It's made up.
With capability comes responsibility. The legendary Lexus GX. With Apple CarPlay support.
He's usually sleeping.
He'll never sleep again.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities with a bold new take on the Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
The APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open, presented by Lexus and brought to you by Yola for the champion in you, and Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pro. Quick update, everyone. Thank you so much for being patient as we are waiting for that backdraw to catch up to our main draw. We do have our final feeder match set and ready to go. We just have a few moments until our players are going to be ready to get back on court. We have Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil, who have defeated Jade Kawamoto and Deckel Bar 15-7. They will face Simone Jargin and J.W. Johnson, who took out Mary Brasha and Staxrud, getting a little revenge for earlier in the day, 15-12. So Simone and J.W. will face Andrea and Zane. That is our final feeder match into bronze. That will be one match to 15 again. One of those just finished up, so they just need a few more minutes until they're ready to be on court. So we will take another short break, but that is the update. Do not go far. It will only be a few moments until we'll back into that match to 15 and then conclude our day with that bronze medal match where Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier are waiting. Thank you so much. Back into the action here at Hilton Head right after this.
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey, Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
Welcome back, everyone, to the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open presented by Lexus. As I mentioned, coming up, we will have our final feeder match into bronze. Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil will face Simone Jargin and J.W. Johnson for the right to have completed that backdraw grind back up into bronze, where Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier are waiting. So this will be a match to 15. And while we have just a couple moments left before we get into that match, let's get to know the gentleman we know as J-Dub.
I'm J.W. Johnson. I'm 19 years old and I'm currently living in Delray Beach, Florida. First time I ever heard of pickleball was about 4 years ago. I was a tennis player and I just heard it. We went to a park one time, tried it out, and ever since then we loved it and kept playing. I think the social aspect is competitive, but there's also a lot of people that like to be social and friendly as opposed to other sports. And aside from that, it's kind of like anybody can play it too. It's definitely a shorter course, so that's a lot better. It's also a lot like faster reaction time, like up at the net, whereas tennis usually one's back, one's up, or both are back. So that's a little bit better, I think, and it's just more fun. I would like to see it in like the Olympics in like 2 years, probably. That way, they can get different places to play, maybe European countries, maybe. So that'd be exciting.
J.W. Johnson, a man of few words, but just so complicated beneath the surface. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here for almost our final match of the day. We hope you have been enjoying the phenomenal pickleball here in Hilton Head Island. And I don't know if you heard in earlier in the, not the last, but previous match with Thomas Wilson in the interview, we talked about the fantastic crowds here in Hilton Head. It's very close quarters at this venue, but see, he said it's almost worth sacrificing kind of the tight court space to have the people and the spectators so close to the action, just so almost on court with you. He said it's just been an awesome atmosphere here, and I think they're lining the fences already, waiting for this next matchup to get going, and it's going to be another good one.
Yes, and I'm not 100% sure all the players would agree with him in that regard, but I am one of them. The some of the championship courts with the large spaces, obviously outside, larger than regulation.
Sure.
The vibe is different.
Yeah.
There's no question that there is energy, and it is palpable when the fans are kind of right on you, and there's something about that buzz, having a crowd watching you, that I think raises the level of the competitors.
Without question, and agree. I should say, not all players are going to agree, but that's like literally everything in life. Nobody's going to agree 100% on anything. So we have all of our competitors on court getting ready to go. Kathy Postlethwaite will be our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this matchup. This will just be to 15. We'll switch ends at 8. One of these teams will be our 4th place finisher here in Pro Mixed Doubles. And the other one, as I mentioned, getting into... J.W. Johnson, big old yawn as he is just rearing and ready to go. Typical J.W. Johnson right there, just always at peak readiness. Never a nap in sight to be had on court. It's been a minute since we've caught him sleeping at the venue.
That was an aggressive yawn.
A
very drawn-out aggressive yawn. So that you making that statement leads me to believe that you have caught him several times sleeping at the facility.
Absolutely. He is one of those people that can fall asleep, I think, anywhere, that I'm extremely jealous of and hate with a fiery passion, because I cannot even remotely do that. I could be on a plane for 24 hours and I still won't sleep because I can't sleep on a plane.
Well, then you hate Prof, because she can sleep anywhere. It disgusts me. Because I can't either. On a plane, it's been at least 50 flights since the last time I had any Z's on a plane.
Yeah, I think last time I went to Europe, I maybe went in and out for maybe 2 hours, if that. But it's not good sleep. It's almost rather just watch a good movie, I guess. Deal with it the next day. But I digress. J.W. Johnson. Is that part of what makes him so dangerous? We talk ad nauseum about how loose he is, how relaxed he is, how nonchalant he makes everything look. Is that a double-edged sword for him in that sometimes he can be a little too relaxed, or
definitely
does it make him dangerous?
And I think the issue with that is when it is an issue, you can physically see it.
Sure.
And when he gets an advantage from that looseness, it's not as tangible that you can see. Yes. So I think that's kind of similar to the guy being so aggressive and mixed. When he runs in front of her and miss that dink or miss that shot, it's like, oh my God, what is he doing? But some of the pressure that he has been putting in previous points isn't as easy to see. So kind of a similar example in my opinion.
Agree. And coming up to conclude our year, we have our final next gen stop. One of my favorite types of tournaments to go to are those next gen with that up and coming pickleball players, some of the youth of the sport. So much fun. We'll be at the Chicken and Pickle in Kansas City in November. And then we conclude at the end of November, early December in Mesa for our final stop of 2022 before kicking right back off in Punta Gorda in January. That is open for registration on pickleballtournaments.com right now, so go check that out. Excuse me, I was holding in that cough so desperately during that spiel. Oh my. So we saw Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil earlier, not at their best. Still, I mean, again, better than I will ever hope to be in my entire life, but not at the level that we're used to seeing them play at. Certainly not at the level that ultimately kept them out of that backdraw grinding here. So in pickleball, every match is different. We could absolutely see Navratil and Koop come out here and just blaze through Simone and JW. But based on how we saw them earlier, have we seen JW and Simone on this court today?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I think they were on the other court.
Wait. No, we had them here.
Okay,
yeah,
no,
we had them here. Yes, sorry.
Oh, yes, we saw the popped collar of JW
That was
Johnson.
so long ago. I can't, it's not surprising we forgot.
I'm not okay. I'm not okay, Shay. You know that.
Wow, well, that was quite a point, Lauren.
I mean, if we're going to start, we're going to start on a high note for sure for this last match. Both these teams obviously really want to get that final spot in the bronze medal match. So I imagine they're going to leave it out on the court here in this matchup.
Missed it. Oh, and we got a good one in chat here. Lauren McCaughlin.
Oh, that's good. I like that. It's very close to my regular name, so that's why it works so well. Thank you, Steve.
Wow, really nice exchanges. Not a lot of finishing on the first or second ball early in this match, as the extended exchanges are, as I mentioned, one of my favorite parts of the game. So love to see that crispness from the players early on. Yeah, Andrea Koop, definitely one of the players going to that cross-court attack more than most, certainly. That time did not work out in her favor. Yeah, I think she was saying, yeah, right when she hit it. Thought she had a window to execute the ATP. Not sure it was there.
3-0-2.
Oh, JW Johnson kicking it up a notch there, getting big, making that big step to the right.
Yeah, neutralizing two very nice attacks from Koop and then turning those two defensive shots to offense.
We actually saw last weekend in Houston, JW Johnson with Zane Navratil double dipping in the gold medal match to snatch the gold away from Deckel Bar and DJ Young. They have never not gotten gold together. And the same was true for Andrea Koop and Simone Jardim, who have gotten a gold every time they've paired up, except for last weekend in Houston. Just fell a little short, ultimately taking the bronze. But
big volley from Andrea Koop, getting it not only with pace, but down at the feet of Simone Jardim.
3-1-1.
Yeah, that was the tape being hit a lot in that point. A couple of them staying in play, and the last one not staying in play.
4-1-1.
Wow, huge shot from Andrea Coop up the line off of the bounce on J.W. Johnson, holding it to the last second. Mentioned it before, one of her favorites, and catching one of the best players in the game off guard. Yeah, you can hear, or we can hear at least, Simone Jargine asking JW if he was there. I think she was committed to that shot and almost pulling her paddle back at the last second.
Just a little higher. And we talked, too, in the mixed game a lot about the men, especially, and how much court they do or do not take. Take a lot of court, of course, but I think Navratil and Johnson, two of the players that they will get in there when they need to, but they do not overdo it.
Yes, and I think you're correct. I mentioned that in the Ignatowicz. So they're not camped out anywhere.
Yes.
They are anticipating patterns, seeing some slight weaknesses in their opponents, and then making strong moves occasionally in the middle of the court, or possibly even in front of their partner. So two different ways to do it, and I think, it's different for every matchup, but I think optimally relying on your partner and then stepping in at the right moments is probably the perfect recipe, but we talk about it so much as that perfect recipe being very difficult to accomplish, and also being different given your opponents and also who your partner is.
Yeah, definitely a lot of factors play into it, but it is Koopa Navratil out in front and in charge here. Certainly a much better showing than we saw from them earlier in the day. They get the end change at 8, so they'll conclude this match at 15 on the near end. Simone Jargine and J.W. Johnson. For a second, I didn't see J.W., and then I was like, oh, there he is off the side.
Maybe it was because his collar's down. It's not pop, so he kind of blended in with the crowd without that pop collar.
Just another person now.
9-1-1.
Fashion icon no more.
Point.
Yeah, this is kind of wild right now, to be honest.
It is very interesting. And again, that is pickleball. There's just no guaranteed results regardless of who's on court.
There it is. There's the J-Dub 4-shot combination, finishing with the forehand up the middle.
10-1-2.
Last week in the men's final, DJ Young and Deckel Barr up a game in 5-0 with all of the momentum, and I would have said they had an under 10% chance to win, JW and Zane. And
that match started out rough.
Yes,
last weekend,
and less than
around.
Less than 10%, like I said, and an hour later they're getting the gold medal around their neck. So never out of it, anyone in this sport. Yeah, nice recovery, because initially I don't think Zane Navratil anticipated that exactly like he wanted to, but a couple back pedals and a nice reach up in great position to finish the point with that overhead. Yeah, interesting vibe, no doubt.
Yeah, it just seems a little off. Definitely Johnson and Jarjim a little low energy. Oh boy.
What did she say? Me?
I thought she said yeet.
Yee or me? I
she
don't know. Yeah, tough spot for Zane coming over to cover with her off the court, but they sure enough met right in the middle. Wow, big exchange on two-handed backhands from the ladies and a couple two-handers from Zane Navratil as well. Nice firefight with Coop and Navratil coming out on top.
12-1-2.
Yeah, just Jarjim maybe a little bit more than Johnson, just struggling to connect
13-1-2.
when you need to, hit in the spots that you need to.
Side out.
And now, you know, she's the GOAT, most decorated female player on tour, but occasionally she does get a little trigger happy and just kind of says, I'm going for it, and that might be one of those situations right here.
And again, certainly not taking anything away from Coop and Navratil, who are playing very well here, certainly in control, hitting the shots they need to, and we've seen that a couple times. Just one team playing really well and the other one, you know, struggling a little, and that combination can lead to some lopsided scoreboard results.
Yeah, perfect timing from Zane Navratil, keeping Simone Jarjim back for 2 or 3 shots, and then understanding good chance JW was looking to get involved and pulled the trigger at the right time behind JW.
13-2. Side out. Thirteen, 2-1. Point.
Yeah, bad luck on the let cord, but still not the easiest of putaways from Zane Navratil, sliding that second hand off and poking the one-hander up the middle.
14-2-1.
Match point here for Navratil and Coop. Oh, Andrea Coop wanted that so bad. That might have been the biggest reaction I've ever seen out of her. I mean, she gets fired up, but that was a... All right, so Coop, a couple missed opportunities to close this out, but I mean, up 14-2, I don't think they're sweating it in the least at this point. Oh.
Point. Three, 14-1.
Yeah, nice put away. Andrea Coop stepping over, letting Zane take that very slow shot, and then stepping back to the kitchen line to finish the point with the forehand. Yeah, that's a 11-point lead trigger pull.
No. 4-14-2. Side out.
Yeah, great combination from Zane. Ripping the two-hander and then before his opponent even makes contact with the ball sliding to his right, knowing there's a good chance that ball floats back to the middle and finishing.
All right, another chance to close this out. Oh, Sharjim just knows what she did there. And just a tough result, just a tough match. Not at their best here, but they are fourth place finishers through the back draw. Not a bad result at the end of the day, but it is Coop and Navertil who will get into bronze. They'll face Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson. We'll take just a bit of a break here before we get back into the action for our final match of the day here on CC1. Don't go anywhere. We're at 1,400 on YouTube. Can we get to 1,500 before the end of the day?
Yes.
Let's go. Let's go. Pickleball still to be played. We got a fantastic matchup to finish our day. Don't go anywhere. Go get some friends. Bring them in for our final match. We're back into the action right after this.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Do their fragging seat. Rose, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
Well, what's up with this team sheet? Inverted fullback and a false nine?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it until you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
First it was just like these distant roars in the dark, you know, but then they started getting closer and closer, and that's when I saw it. This was no bear. It was like a bear squatch.
And that's over now.
What?
Dad, what's a bear squatch?
It's a cross between a bear and a sass. It's made up.
With capability comes responsibility. The legendary Lexus GX. With Apple CarPlay support.
He's usually sleeping.
He'll never sleep again.
This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
Back into the action here on Championship Court number 1 for our final match of the day here in Hilton Head for our mixed pro doubles bracket. We will have Zane Navratil and Andrea Koop facing Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier. But of course, before we get into that, we have to have our Sunmed recovery point of the day, and it is a doozy. I remember this earlier, Zane Navratil, Andrea Koop on the near end, facing Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier earlier today. This is a long one, so buckle in. Great exchange here at the net between Johnson and Navratil. Get pushed back off the line into defense. Navratil with a huge get. Koop, the big stretch. Back into the corner again. Pure defense here. Great anticipation from Navratil as he keeps just digging these out. Amazing hands on both sides. And it's Koop.
I think Zane's reaction's the best.
I mean, look at that crowd reaction. Obviously, absolutely tough ending to that unbelievable rally from Andrea Koop. Do you know what? You said you laugh too much. I say unbelievable too much. Sometimes you get stuck in a little rut. Used to be something else, then you replace it, and then that gets to be too much. I got a new unbelievable. It's too much. I'm going to find something else. Don't you worry.
Just can't win, man. Can't win.
You can't win. It's just a constant battle, I tell you what. But Lauren McLaughlin, Adam Stone here for our final match of the day. And these two faced off earlier today. Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson handling Zane Navratil and Andrea Koop. We'll see, can they do it again here for the second time? So Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil take on Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier. Inga Carr will be our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match. And again, one of these teams will face Vivian David and Thomas Wilson in the gold medal match on Championship Sunday. They've already secured their spot.
Yes, Lauren. So I think what happened in the first go-around was Koop and Navratil were struggling with leaving some dinks high early on, and I think that caused them to start getting out of their preferred pattern and pulling some triggers earlier than expected. So real important to see how clean and crisp some of the soft stuff is with the third shots and the dinking, especially up at the kitchen line from Navratil and Andrea Koop, who I think optimally would like to extend the rallies a little bit longer than Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier with that electric hand speed, looking to kind of start the fire and trust their hands after that.
Yeah, this was the matchup earlier that I was nonstop harping on the fact that I wanted to see Coop and Navratil try and slow it down. They just seemed to get really sucked into the pace of play that Frazier and Johnson wanted, and ultimately, I mean, exactly how they wanted it to go. But Navratil and Coop, I completely agree with your statement. I think that soft game is going to benefit them. They have started to play a little bit cleaner, as we've seen them in a couple of the feeder matches. So again, if they do not have that tough start like they did in the first, struggling with keeping their shots low, maybe getting sucked into that fast pace really early, if they can not let that happen, I think certainly either of these teams has a total shot of being able to come out on top and head to Championship Sunday. So just, we talk all the time, maybe will depend on who just plays cleaner. Less errors, executes the way they need to, but I think both of these teams, more than capable, have all of the tools in the toolbox to get it done.
Yes, and I think that not ripping on Dylan Frazier, who I've proclaimed my love for on the court.
Absolutely.
I think Georgia Johnson, go watch a little tape of Vivian David. Andrea Coop, go watch a little tape of Vivian David, who was really getting the best of Dylan Frazier in some of those exchanges earlier in the day. So while his hands are electric and great counterattack from Dylan Frazier, you can definitely catch any player out here if you have that well-timed aggression. That's tough because Dylan Frazier obviously popped that ball up, and Zane Navratil with the right decision to speed up, but Dylan Frazier digging himself out of that hole.
All right, so already a little slower pace of play, which I like to see. Again, just Navratil and now Coop sending a couple of these shots out, but still think a better start.
Yeah, right from the get-go, we see Coop over on the left side.
$302.
Oh.
Side out.
She says, I hit it. Yes, she did.
Yeah, I think a very ambitious attempted poach there from Georgia Johnson.
Yeah, nice pressure from Zane Navratil, and you're exactly right. The thing is I like Georgia's move, but once the opponent neutralizes that ball, she has to be able to lay off, because Dylan Frazier was waiting in the backcourt, and he would have had a much better look. So like the move, like the pressure with the court positioning, just got to lay off when your opponents don't give you exactly what you're looking for.
Entirely different start to this than we saw the first time these two faced off, without question.
2-3-1.
Oh, the push off
The old
from Navratil.
The old Dave Weinbach. It's been called 146 times on that.
I don't think he touched it. I don't think he caught it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's tough. I think that, don't think that was a fault.
Nice put-away power from Georgia Johnson, but you're exactly right. He did take an initial step forward, but he wasn't on the line. So maybe that caused some confusion from the referee, but definitely not on the white, kept that foot in the blue. Nice job from Zane Navratil.
A lot of feet to focus on, and
Yes,
sometimes,
yes.
you know, it's super close, and they're going to get it wrong. They're humans, you know, it happens.
Nice job from Zane Navratil, stepping to the middle and putting that ball behind Dylan Frazier, who was leaning towards his forehand side.
2-3-1.
Oh, I mean, I think that would have dropped in regardless.
Yes,
I think
yes.
she just kind of got caught in between
Exactly
what she
right.
wanted to do there.
Exactly right. And the eye level or the height of that ball made her think it was going out, but the pace was slower than she expected.
This was certainly the match that I was hoping we would see earlier in the day. Just didn't happen. Johnson and Frazier completely dictating how that earlier match went with an extremely fast-paced play. Don't see that happening here. And I think Koopa Navratil just playing so much cleaner. They were just popping up balls left and right before, couldn't keep them down, just allowing Frazier and Johnson to speed those shots up, get into those exchanges, and they're not giving him those opportunities now.
Second time in the last few points where Zane Navratil has caught Dylan Frazier leaning to the middle with his forehand side, putting it on that back hip. Great spot from Zane Navratil. Nice hands from Georgia Johnson. And you said it exactly right. They are playing much cleaner, but they are still quite a bit in the mid-court and off the kitchen line, and Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier are right on that line. Tough to maintain that for an entire match. Yeah, right decision from Dylan Frazier. Just catching the net tape. If he gets another opportunity just like that, I hope he pulls the trigger again.
Oh, just sailing that long.
4-5-2.
Nice job, Andrea Coop. Maybe she did check out some footage of Vivian David. That was a carbon copy of one of those balls earlier in the day, and a fantastic two-shot combination from Andrea.
5-4-1.
I'm gonna cracked ball. We'll change it out here.
Yeah, I think it's only a couple times we've had that happen today with the players letting it fly. Surprised we haven't cracked more, especially with it being a little overcast and cooler at times throughout the day.
5-4-1.
Yeah, just definitely flat-footed. Georgia Johnson, not sure if that ball was going to stay in or out, and almost seemed flabbergasted that it stayed in, and putting her partner in a tough position to come up with a counterattack. There we go. Nice pressure. Nice offense from Georgia and Dylan. Flabbergasted is a good word.
So good. You've had some just chef's kiss adjectives you have pulled out.
Nice job, Dylan. Catching Zane a few feet off the kitchen line with a mid-paced attack. Zane cannot come up with the counter. And after being in control most of the point, a little small momentum shift to Frazier and Johnson.
Oh my, all right. Nice exchange here between mostly Navratil and Johnson. Frazier getting a piece of one of those.
Yeah, great pressure from Zane Navratil. I thought he was in trouble in the middle of that exchange. Yeah, tough ball. Georgia Johnson had a nice one of those mid-paced attacks earlier in the match, but Coop able to get on top of that and hit down with the two-hander. Nothing Dylan Frazier can do about that.
6-4-1.
Nice from Georgia, forcing Zane Navratil into a little bit of a scorpion there, and she finishes the point a couple shots later.
6-4-2.
Wow, good stuff from all four players. Several speed ups, a couple different exchanges, and the players taking the pace off the ball when needed. A little bit of everything in that point, and you know those are my favorites. Lauren.
I sure do now, Adam.
Point. Eight, 4-2.
Nice Coop. Exclaiming go, and then a big come on after that point. Zane Navratil just catching Dylan Frazier on the full stretch in the middle. And, man, I completely misspoke a couple minutes ago when I said I sensed a slight change in momentum. And right after I said that, two points to get the side out, and then I believe a 3-point run from Coop and Navratil. So 5 in a row for them. Let's see if they can keep it going. But definitely the right time to call timeout for Frazier and Johnson.
Did go to 3 earlier when these two faced off. Johnson and Frazier took game 1. Did not look like Navratil and Coop were going to be able to hang on in that second game, but somehow just clawed and scratched their way back into it, taking that second one. But then Johnson and Frazier rolled away a little bit in that third game. So definitely a different result here, different look, and Johnson, Frazier having to make those adjustments as needed based on the fact that Coop and Navratil are now playing very differently than they did earlier today. Oh. Definitely feeling the fire out of Coop and Navratil here as, again, coming through that back draw. Back into bronze, a boost of confidence.
Missed that up the line attempt, taking a funky bounce off of the let tape, forcing Coop into an uncomfortable shot.
Frazier took about 17 swings at that. None of them made contact.
4-9-2.
The head hanging low after that. Oh,
yeah,
right
big
off. That's tape.
Big serve and a funky bounce. I think that's a lot to handle for Navratil on that return. Yeah, there it is. Catching Coop coming forward, kind of not waiting on that third shot. Georgia Johnson stepping into the court, and her partner Dylan Frazier there for the cleanup.
6-9-2. Side out.
Breeze was picking up a little bit here these last couple rallies, has died back down now. Never been too significant, not changing things up too much for our players, but Every once in a while, a little breeze comes through, might disrupt a couple of these shots.
Point.
A lot of people getting hit today. A lot of people taking one off the body.
Yeah, and I feel like it's the guys getting hit more than the girls so far.
I should say so. They've certainly gotten in there a little bit.
Second server.
Zane Navratil frustrated with himself for not coming up with that third shot.
Side out.
Yeah, you were right earlier, Lauren. I got to stop pump faking you. I'm doing some dramatic pauses so far today. I got to be a little cleaner with my delivery.
Oh, I thought I was gonna sneak that over.
Yeah, that was awkward. I don't know what happened at the point of contact that caused that awkward swing, but it was definitely something.
7-10-1. Second server.
She's there, but she just kind of laid off of it a little. I think she heard Frazier's shoes squeaking behind her, and I think that kind of threw her off, like, is he coming to get this? She was already fully in front of it. She just didn't commit to it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It probably was the combination of exactly what you said and her pulling off to get back to her right side positioning. So I think the combination of the two contributed to that error.
You certainly have to complete one shot before you move on to the next. And a game point here for Navratil and Coop.
Second server. Ten, 7-2.
Oh, what a get from Coop. Oh, as Odoff would say, you got cooped.
Yeah, I thought she had no shot. Great job from her getting that let cord. Yeah, just good movement from Coop to get forward for that ball.
All right, so again, Coop and Navratil, very different look from them here in this first game of our bronze medal match. We'll take a short break into the action in game 2 right after this.
This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
Back into the action here for our final pro mixed doubles match of the day. Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier receiving serve on the far end here for game 2. Zane Navratil and Andrea Coop will start us off serving on the near end. Coop and Navratil take game 1 11-7. Let's see if Frazier and Johnson can push us to 3. Otherwise, it's Coop and Navratil heading to Championship Sunday.
Nice hands from Dylan Frazier on the first point of game 2.
Navratil's really dialed in those hands this match.
And I was talking to him after that match with Jargine and JW.
Oh my.
Wow, Scorpion. And they wanted no time. He specifically said that to Byron Frezzo, the head referee. We are ready to go whenever. They're feeling good about that win in the last feeder match, and they've carried over that momentum to this match, obviously. Yeah, she knew it right away as soon as she made contact.
0-0-2.
Yeah, Coop frustrated with herself. Couple missing her spot on the soft stuff and kind of throwing up her arms. Not exactly sure if that was a specific complaint or just frustration. Yeah, nice two-hand load from Zane. Coop kind of handcuffing Georgia Johnson, and Zane there with the cleanup, the classic mixed doubles pattern. The ladies setting it up with a nice initial attack, and then the male sliding over to finish it off. Wow, really good hands from Zane Navratil. I thought Georgia Johnson was in a great position to beat him with power, and he was up to the task.
0-0-1.
Ding.
Second server.
Again, a bit of a Scorpion save the face shot there from Navratil.
0-0-2.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised Johnson kind of let herself get sucked into that instead of moving it around. Could sort of sense Coop was just kind of ramping up those dinks, looking for that opportunity, and Johnson gave her what she was looking for.
Point.
Yeah, very aggressive dink from Andrea Coop. The ball that she received sat up nicely, kind of at, stomach, chest level, and instead of hitting a plain dink back, she went with an aggressive, sharp angle and forced an error.
Oh, Frazier and Johnson just frozen like stone statues here.
I like that word.
3-0-2.
Stone, it's a good one.
Good lead from Navratil.
Hey, let's be clear, lots of game left, but
oh yeah,
wild the difference in the two matches of these two teams today. Just completely in control early on from Frazier and Johnson in the previous matchup.
Oh my.
Yes, and literally the exact opposite so far in this bronze medal match.
5-0-2. Side out.
Great spot there from Johnson. Again, at this high level, these teams with players that are that good, it's just, you never know how it's going to turn out. Someone could be on, someone's a little off. You're both pretty on. It's very close. You just match to match, game to game. Talk about it all the time. Things shift so quickly.
Point.
Yeah, so two great forehands from Georgia Johnson and two pretty substantial celebrations. Let's see if she's digging deep to find some momentum. Let's see if she can continue with that.
Second server.
Yeah, Dylan Frazier saying my bad. And that ball sat up. I understand he was a few feet off the kitchen line and hacking off the bounce, but I don't hate the decision from him. Oh, wow. Ridiculous hands from Georgia Johnson early in that point, but could not finish that last counterattack sailing long and ball back over to Navratil and Coop.
Johnson's been taking a lot of abuse this match.
Well, I mean, she practices with J-Dub. I'm sure she gets hit a lot.
Oh, no, I mean, she's used to it, of course. It's nothing new, but just I haven't seen someone get hit quite so many times in one match.
Second server. Six, 1-2.
Nice combo. Definitely some slight flat-footedness from Dylan Frazier over on the far end of the court, and you got to give some credit where credit is due with Coop and Navratil. Definitely not taking their foot off the gas, picking their spots, constructing their points much better than they were in the previous matchup. So definitely firing on all cylinders right now, Coop and Navratil, and unless we get a change in momentum pretty quickly, they are going to be moving on to the gold medal match on Sunday.
Yeah, Navratil and Coop, we've mentioned before, have teamed up many times. They have played a lot of rec together. Coop in Michigan, Navratil used to be in Wisconsin. They would often travel one way or the other, as some very high-level play in the Midwest. Althoff Merchant part of that group, John Sikola, some other very high-level 5-0 players. So definitely have known each other a long time, have had a lot of success as partners here in pickleball.
Yeah,
They're looking to keep the trend alive.
Yeah, I've played that team several times.
I thought he was going to go for the inside out, maybe back door on Frazier there, who was giving him a lot of room to work with, but it's a little low as he continues that cross court action.
Well, position change from Dylan Frazier and Georgia Johnson. Working for 2 points. Let's see if it's too little too late. Yeah, high, very high initial dink from Georgia Johnson, and still, not hitting exactly what you wanted to. Coop still having to hit 3 good shots to end that point.
2-7-2.
We got a Kyle Salenko appearance in the chat.
Wow, too good. Great court coverage from Baby Dill. One of the better men on tour of having an offensive option from the right side. Kind of the right side, strong side. We've seen it before from him in mixed and gender doubles.
Another block of the moneymaker there. That one goes a little wide. Did you know Kyle Salenko of Boxcar Productions, he essentially prepared Zane Navratil for his professional career. They were longtime partners in the 5-0 brackets in the Midwest. They ran that show. So I'm sure Kyle appreciates Gucci giving him all the glory for where he is today.
Yeah, I'd like to hear you ask Zane that. I'd be like, what are you talking about? I never,
who?
never played a tournament with him before.
Say who. Oh, the breeze picking up.
Yeah, where did that come from?
I know,
that
right?
was real breeze.
Where'd that wind come from?
3-7-1. Second server.
Coop showing some more emotion.
3-7-2.
Okay. Oh, we cooping. Let's
Wow,
go.
ridiculous neutralization from Coop and Navratil after I was about to talk about Dylan Frazier being the right side, strong side again, and 17 shots later, he's handcuffed on his forehand side and can't come up with it. Great defense from Coop and Navratil.
Oh, a little long. Still waiting for just the right moment to bust out the signature trot pickleball. Come on. I've been working on it.
I can tell.
Second server. Eight, 3-2. Point.
Nice job from Zane Navratil, who I believe the first 2 points right after Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier switched, missed 2 of those backhand attacks, did not miss the third.
Side out. Three, 9-1. Second server.
Got in the action.
Took it right out of my hand.
Hey, you got to get there. Still got the hands.
3-9-2. Side. Nine, 3-1.
Nice move from Zane Navratil.
9-3-2.
There's that backdoor shot I was looking for earlier from Navratil. I mean, Frazier just, look how much room he gave him. He didn't even make a move. A little surprised Frazier gave him that much space.
Well, in his, I agree with you, but in his defense, Georgia definitely popping up that dink higher than expected. But yeah, he didn't. He was not concerned with covering that line in any way, shape, or form.
3-10-1.
Yeah, nice speed up from Georgia Johnson. But we've seen a couple shaky dinks from her on that side. And let's be clear, when she's playing the right side, she literally doesn't hit backhand dinks. So a big adjustment on the side switch for her.
That's a little too high there from Coop.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't a dink. That was a maybe going to be offensive with a lob or a speed up, realizing it's not there and hitting a very poor shot. Happens to me all the time.
Oh, the net cord.
Second server.
Coop handles it and sends one right back. Johnson cannot recover it.
Yeah, dims the break sometimes as they had a little mini momentum.
5-10-2.
Just Coop and Navratil playing well and catching some breaks right now.
Good anticipation from Navratil on that speed up from Frazier. Georgia Johnson sends it long, and they just can't keep it rolling. They have been officially stopped and will settle for a bronze medal here in Hilton Head. Really well played. Andrea Koop and Zane Navratil. A big turnaround from what we saw out of them earlier. They are going to get that second spot on Championship Sunday in the gold medal match against Thomas Wilson and Vivian David, and that is our final matchup for pro mixed doubles. We do have a winner bracket final in our senior women's doubles coming up for our absolute final match of the day, but we'll head to the Franklin studio to talk to Navratil and Koop before we get into it, so don't go anywhere. One more match still on deck here for our senior pro ladies here in Hilton Head right after this.
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
Fruit Smash Super Hot Seltzer with real juice. It's party juice.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. One final time for our mixed doubles. Lauren McLaughlin here with Zane Navratil and Andrea Koop as they head to Championship Sunday. You had to face them earlier today. Different result that time. You guys seemed a little bit off, didn't quite be at the best of your ability. It looked like that is exactly what happened here. What was the difference between that match and this for you guys in terms of how you guys were getting it done?
You know, when Zane and I play, I think we give each other permission to be bad. And, you know, having that attitude and that mindset helps a lot. And we learn from it each time.
Speaking of, you guys play together very often. You have great results usually when you two team up. What about this partnership? I mean, yeah, it's not every single time. I'm just putting it out there. But what makes this partnership so successful? Why does this work so well?
She's just a beast. I mean, like if anybody speeds up at her, male or female, she just pounds it back, and yeah, it makes my job easy.
I mean, heading to Championship Sunday, you have Vivian David and Thomas Wilson, who are playing some of the best pickleball they have played together. Going into that matchup on Sunday, what's going to be your thought process in terms of bringing the best match for you guys against them?
Thomas, get ready to hit a lot of balls.
I love it. Simple. I love it. And before we sign off, before you guys are done for the day, I would be remiss if I did not bring up, it is Althoff Merchants' final tournament
in pro before he graduates into senior pro. You two back in action tomorrow in men's. Is there a more iconic duo in men's pro pickleball? I don't know. Go.
Let me take that from you. Absolutely not. So Andrea and I, this is awesome. I'm glad that we got to the finals, whatever. But tomorrow is the main event. Me and Althoff, he's going to be playing actually every single match right here, as he should be. So he's going into the seniors. He's just expect a lot of hip thrusts, a lot of peacocking, a lot of prowling of the net. If you guys want to learn how to prowl the net like Althoff, you'll have to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I put tutorials out there on how to be like Althoff Merchant. Yeah, that's all. So thank you for joining us in the Franklin studio. This is the APP Hilton Head Open. Sunmed, absolutely. Yes. Shout out to Sunmed. Presented by Lexus, absolutely. If I say Lexus 4 times, they said I'd get one. So I have to say it 2 more times. But anyway, yeah, that's all I got.
I love it. Fantastic job. A big congrats to Andrea Coop and Zane Nevertell.
That was easy.
That was so good. All right, they're done, but we're not done. One final match, our women's senior winter bracket final is coming up next year in Hilton Head. We'll see you then.
No time to waste under the setting sun into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Do the fragging seat. Rose, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
What's up with this team sheet?
Inverted fullback and a false 9? The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it, so you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag!
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
Fruit Smash Super Hot Seltzer with real juice. It's party juice.
Welcome back into the action here at the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open, presented by Lexus. We have one final match on deck here on championship court number 1 before we sign off for the day. We have Natalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy. They take on Anna Shirley and Anna Simon here in our Senior Pro Ladies Winner Bracket Final. And it looks like we have Angela Simon and Anna Shirley on the near end to start. Beth Bellamy, Natalie Bagby on the far end. Bob Swissholm will be our USA Pickleball certified referee for this matchup. On the near end, Anna Shirley in the pink skirt, Angela Simon in the white. And on the far end, Natalie Bagby in the pink and Beth Bellamy in the white and plaid. This is a 2 out of 3 match here in our winner bracket final. Winner heads to gold, loser heads to bronze.
Nice pressure from Simon on point 1, and as you can see on our graphic, Bagby and Bellamy, the top seed and the best women's senior pro team on the market right now. I actually saw Bellamy and her opponent,
Anna Shirley,
correct, play earlier and win the Beer City Open earlier this year.
Yeah, I think similar to some of the other brackets in pro, I think there's a handful of senior pro ladies that kind of have a stranglehold on that top few spots. Generally, you're going to see a lot of the same ladies on the podium in that senior pro bracket. But, I mean, they put in the work. These ladies are fierce and ferocious, and they are certainly going to bring a lot of goods here on the court in this matchup.
Nice job from Bagby, neutralizing some power from the back of the court from Simon. Yes, and Anna Shirley, one of the more vocal, feisty players on the women's side. I expect to see some great outbursts from her in this match. Yeah, and I also expect not a lot of grindy, dinking points. I expect a lot of speed ups and low, hard drives from the ladies.
1-3-1. Second server.
Nice job from Anna Shirley, coming in hot after her return and ripping a two-handed backhand up the middle for the winner.
1-3-2.
Oh, just a little wide.
Yeah, great shot from Natalie Bagby, catching Anna Shirley off guard with a nice lefty forehand power stroke.
2-3-2.
Just a lot of firepower there from Bellamy and Shirley and Simon in their quarterfinal match defeat Domaraki and Kesner 11-1, 11-9, and then take out Wilhelm Klitsch in the semis 11-7, 11-9 to get here. While Bagby and Bellamy in the quarters take out Unapit Merrill. And then in the semis, Mitten Atkins. fell to them 11-5, 11-6. So now, as I mentioned, these ladies face off to head to gold and bronze. Oh, foot fault on Angela Simon here. A nice aggressive. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's on it.
Good eye there from Bob Swisshelm.
Yeah, interesting to see the lefty Bagby over on the left side.
I was thinking just that,
Yeah,
Adam.
not only the righty-lefty combination, but also I would consider Beth Bellamy the most alpha player on the court with her aggression. So interesting strategy from them.
Oh, what a run down there from Angela Simon. My goodness, ladies.
Yeah, good stuff there with the scramble point and then getting back to the kitchen line and really letting it fly on a forehand put away.
5-3-2.
First time I've seen Angela Simon play. And a great move and poach, as reading Anna Shirley's drop is very good, and that's exactly what it was. Simon stepping across with the forehand, putting the ball away. As I mentioned, the only player on court I have not seen play. I've seen Bellamy, Bagby, and Shirley a couple times each. And a couple fun facts about Beth Bellamy. It's her and her husband started the Tennis Channel. Pretty impressive stuff. And also, she made it to the semifinals of the French Open as a professional tennis player and beat Martina Navratilova.
Well, Martina who?
Navratilova. Navrata something, hour 7.
Yeah. I mean, very accomplished professional tennis player. I mean, all of these ladies just have such phenomenal careers in their younger sporting days. And the fact that they're out here, I mean, any single one of these ladies could absolutely destroy me on the pickleball court. There's not even a question.
Time in, ladies. 6-3-2.
I am almost positive, too, I'm probably going to get a couple of these details wrong, but Anna Shirley and Beth Bellamy together maybe 20 years ago, like, won the U.S. Open of maybe paddle tennis.
That feels right.
It's a very big, prestigious tournament.
Yes, and, I know Natalie. I would actually say of all the divisions, men's senior pro, women's senior pro, and then regular pro, I think the senior women have some of the best tennis backgrounds.
Oh, my gosh.
For sure. Slight confusion in the middle, and the lefty, Natalie Bagby, putting that ball away. Yeah, that's right, Anna Shirley. Don't let them get any points. It's a fantastic strategy.
3-8-1. Point.
Yeah, I think possibly Simon calling Shirley off of that ball. It could have sailed wide, but we'll never know.
4-8-1.
She says, wow. One of the easier third shot drops that Beth Bellamy's had in this match. Sometimes all you can say is, wow, we've all been there before. Yeah, a couple tough errors here as Bagby and Bellamy creeping back into this game one after a 4-point deficit.
5-8-2.
Oh, I was waiting for a big-time collision as Simon was coming back with that big forehand, and I saw Shirley making the move for that, and I thought I saw some trouble brewing, but luckily worked out. Again, the breeze picking up more significantly than it has all weekend.
Yeah, good.
Probably still not more than 10, 12 miles an hour, but gusty a little bit.
There's the celebration I'm looking for. That's the Anna Shirley I remember. Her partner's loving it.
Who could? I mean, how could you not?
No, you can't not. Uh-oh. Oh, she is not convinced. She is not convinced.
Ooh, I don't know.
It looks wide to me.
It looks like it might
Yeah.
have missed.
It looks out. It's tough for her as she's running into the barrier on the side of the court to see, but I do think that ball landed in the green.
And again, she's on the outside of the ball, so
Right.
she might have thought that the inside had gotten some white, but I do think that's the right call.
I'll tell you what, Simon can move.
I am so impressed. She is being so aggressive. Like you said, great movement on court.
6-9-1.
Oh, Shirley was still leaning over on that. I wasn't sure exactly what happened with that.
It's the balance.
She was teetering
right.
a little.
I teeter quite a bit, so I think that's exactly what was happening. And Bellamy putting that put away in the perfect spot. Yeah, nice big two-hander loaded up from Simon. Bellamy creeping forward, but nothing she can do with big power two-hander.
7-9-2.
Great spot from Anna Shirley, who neutralized some nice aggression from Bellamy Bagby early in that point and then got an offensive opportunity of her own.
9-7-1.
I mean, oh my gosh. The smack to the head. Don't like to see that at the end of that, but
hey,
what effort.
You got to respect the 13th shot drive.
I
mean, the third, the fifth, the seventh, all the way through. So
Yep.
she decided she was going to go for it, and she actually got a pretty decent crack at that last one, but pushed it wide.
I thought for sure she had it. Looked like trouble was brewing for Bellamy and Bagby on that, but
Probably the best part of Beth Bellamy's game that I've seen is her extension when she decides to go with a power shot. She does not wait for a second. She really reaches out, uses that tall frame, and hits the ball as close to her opponents as possible. And as you could see, the ladies on the near side couldn't keep it away from her in that point. Nice counterattack from Beth Bellamy, sliding to her right to plug the gap in the middle.
8-9-1.
yeah, like you said, Shirley and Simon had pulled away a little here. Certainly looked to be in control, but Bellamy Bagby answer right back, and they're within one.
Yeah, going for the lob attempt there from Anna Shirley, but not having enough balance to do so. So really looking for those lobs unless it's a complete dire situation. Got to have your balance and your feet underneath you to hit the offensive lob.
Little neck cord there, but barely clips it, so still gets that winner.
But yes, they were on a 1, so they get another crack about to put points on the board late in game 1.
Great resets from Bagby.
Not sure exactly
Those
what
were
that
not
was.
words.
Yes,
those
were
not words.
But
that wasn't any language.
But you can see that the established team has clearly defined roles. You have Beth Bellamy looking to be offensive and kind of take a little more court, and some phenomenal soft shots with the dinking and the blocking from Natalie Bagby.
And they have gotten themselves a game point here in game 1 of this winter bracket final.
All right, so the ladies in the near court, Simon and Shirley, able to get the ball back and have another crack at tying this thing up and possibly taking game 1. Yeah, reaching.
Yeah, super low, super extended.
One extra step.
Yep.
Easy for us to say from this vantage point, but not balanced again from Anna Shirley. Early on the counter attack. Shirley right where she needed to be, but catching that ball a little too far out in front and pulling it wide.
10-9-1.
Oh, she says sorry, but the double fists into the air say otherwise.
10-9-2.
Another opportunity to close out this first game on Beth Bellamy's paddle. Bellamy rolling her eyes just a little bit.
Yeah, I can't tell.
Yeah, we're
There's
the
no
worst.
way. Yeah,
It's too
there's
far
no
away,
way.
but nothing to be done. That call will stand. Bagby and Bellamy take game 1, 11-9. I expect another close one in game 2 here in our winter bracket final as Shirley and Simon look to push this to 3. We'll find out if they can get it done right after this.
Fruit Smash Super Hot Seltzer with real juice. It's party juice.
Welcome back to our final match of our live streaming coverage here today from the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open presented by Lexus. We have Beth Bellamy in the white, Natalie Bagby in the pink on the near end. They face Angela Simon in the white and Anna Shirley in the pink on the far end. And it was Bagby and Bellamy, the number 1 seed, that ultimately took game 1 after a good run from Shirley and Simon. Were out in front, just couldn't stay there. And now Bagby and Bellamy looking to head to that gold medal match in 2.
Nice job by Simon, kind of patiently waiting while her partner was doing a lot of dinking and picking the right spot to be aggressive in the middle.
0-1-1.
Yeah, nice lefty forehand from Natalie Bagby. Getting underneath that ball, creating a lot of rotation and topspin with that beautiful paddle tech paddle. Nice job from Shirley. Kind of pushing the dink a little more aggressively, forcing Bagby into a decision whether to volley or bounce and creating an error.
Side out.
One early in game 2.
1-1-1. Second server.
Nice defense from Anna Shirley, weathering that initial storm of the Natalie Bagby speed up.
1-1-2.
Great digs from Bagby. And then the lob. Oh.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Possibly
Nope,
could have been
no.
a little bit deeper, but great deception on the lob. And you got to give some credit to Anna Shirley, who was a little off balance and was able to get the ball down at Beth Bellamy's feet.
And I'll tell you one thing I pretty sure I never say in a senior pro match, especially on the ladies' side, is the word impatient. Just does not ever enter my vocabulary for the senior pro ladies. They are anything but impatient, just always looking for the right moment. Good ball movement, good setup.
2-1-1.
Natalie Bagby very concerned with her return of serve, but able to keep it in the court, and a missed third shot from Angela Simon.
2-1-2.
Yeah, definitely tough position to speed up from.
Yeah, she looked like she was falling forward almost into that. That's not the best body position to be in for a good shot.
Yeah, I think Beth Bellamy changed her mind there, considering ripping that third shot, taking a little off with the drop, but throwing off her rhythm a little bit.
1-2-2.
Got it.
Yeah, in there.
Side out.
Nice job by Angela Simon sliding over to the right having an inkling that Beth Bellamy was going to speed up from the midcourt, and that's exactly what she did. Good read by Simon.
Again, Simon just on her horse over there, getting to so many of these shots.
Yeah, Simon's fast. I like it.
2-1-2.
My goodness.
Let's go. Nice firefight, ladies. I mean, everyone was involved in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Great hands from the ladies.
She is there, yes. You are the correct server. Yes. Three, 1-2.
Oh, just got a little off-footed or something back there in the back, but what an effort.
Yeah, good pressure from Simon. Took her 3 or 4 attempts to make it happen, but she did. Yeah, so a timeout on the near side from Bagby and Bellamy. And they seem to be doing almost a half-half stack, meaning when they're serving, they play their respective sides, and when they are returning, they occasionally switch and they occasionally stay. So interesting to monitor moving forward if they go with something a little more consistently or they stay going back and forth between their more natural side as a lefty-righty or not. So I think that's an interesting thing to monitor moving forward. But some really nice points and pressure from the far end of the court from Shirley and Simon as they are off to a 3-point lead at 4-1 in Game 2.
And as we saw in Game 1, though, Shirley and Simon did pull away a little bit, but Bagby and Bellamy, I have no question they're going to get right back in here. Oftentimes, especially as you get into the later matches on the Senior Pro side, very close matches. Super rare that any one team really kind of rolls over another one, often very even on the scoreboard. And I have to suspect that will ultimately be how the second game plays out as well.
Yeah, nice drop from Shirley. Natalie Bagby still moving from that left side return back to the right side up at the kitchen and couldn't get her feet underneath her. Great drop from Anna. Another miss wide. And all of a sudden we have a 5-point lead for Simon and Shirley. The big O shoot from Anna Shirley, missing that third shot drop. And ball back over to Bellamy and Bagby, who need to put some points on the board. They inched back into Game 1, but the biggest deficit of the match for them so far at 6-1. Yeah, tough break on the let cord. But either way, nice crisp exchange and crisp volleys from Anna Shirley and Angela Simon, keeping that foot on the pedal. Yes, nice close from Bagby. Simon wanting that shot back as she popped it up, and a slight hesitation for Bagby, but deciding it was high enough to close in tight, and she forced the error from Anna Shirley. Yeah, nice put away. Another slight pop-up from Angela Simon, but her partner bailed her out, and then Angela with the fantastic finish, cross-court with the forehand.
Good recognition. They were in the wrong position.
6-2-1.
Yeah, good spot from Bellamy. Angela Simon, she did a great job of hitting 3 or 4 shots to get forward, but unable to keep that last dink down, and she paid the price.
Read it super well.
Almost too well, to be honest. She was already in overhead position as the lob was struck.
3-6-1.
Yeah, when we've certainly seen several very nice soft shots from Angela Simon, but it looks to me that she is the player on court most looking to really pull triggers and hit the ball low and hard.
So while I mentioned earlier, I think Anna Shirley and Beth Bellamy played paddle tennis together many years ago. Jim Bender in the chat is telling me Bellamy was part of the greatest mixed doubles team in paddle tennis history. They won multiple U.S. Open and World Championships and were undefeated for 7 years.
So you're saying she's a reasonable athlete?
I would say, a moderate amount of athletic ability.
Wow, that's fun facts from the chat. Appreciate it, guys.
I love when the chat comes in hot with some fun facts about our players, giving us that inside scoop that we can then share with the pickleball world.
Yes, and so a 6-1 lead has turned into a 6-4 lead for Shirley and Simon. So after missing that overhead that she was in very good position for, that error has caused 2 more errors from Simon, and all of a sudden we're serving at 4-6-1 after the situation looked very dire in the first half of this match for Bellamy and Bagby.
What I say, they're going to get right back in here. That's what these ladies do.
Yeah, it's tough. You could see Shirley just too stretched out. I think if that ball does not clip the tape, she's in very good position to make that dink, but the clipping of the tape added in just too much.
6-1.
So just a couple, you mentioned before, Simon has done a really great job, but then she gets pushed off the line, ends up sort of retreating in the backcourt, and that puts her in a really tough spot. She's missed a couple of those shots back there. And in pickleball, if you are able to push a player off the line and you see them kind of backing up, that is your absolutely clear-cut sign that you have now gotten control completely of the rally. But you have to be careful you don't overdo anything and kind of, take a bite that's a little too big to handle when you see that. You want to keep putting the ball in a really nice position and keep them back and scrambling so you can come out on that top of that rally ultimately. Ooh, does not make the same mistake she did before.
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure if Beth Bellamy is trying to lob Shirley, but definitely Simon very there in the middle on these lobs, even though she has missed one. So definitely going to keep that away from the forehand of Angela Simon moving forward.
Oh, that was wide.
Wow.
What?
No, I think it was in.
I know. I was so close over there.
Oh,
I
okay. I see what you're saying. Yes,
the one
yes.
that Bagby hit.
Yeah, and another, to your point earlier, another issue with attacking further off the line, it gives your opponents more time, but it also exposes your feet. And that's exactly what you were talking about in that scramble situation. So if your opponent gets any form of clean contact, you're often hitting up on that next ball.
Didn't Bellamy call that out?
Yes, she did. So
What?
she tried to stop the point, but it just kept going, and so she just jumped in the mix. That was very interesting. Uh-oh. Don't rub your knee. I don't like that.
I have to think if that ball were really out, Bellamy would have definitely stopped the play. Of course, I mean, it was almost like she called it wide. I couldn't exactly hear the word she said. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she didn't say out. Maybe she said something else, and I just misinterpreted it as her calling it out.
I don't think that's the case because she did stop play for a couple shots.
That's why I was very confused what was happening.
Yeah, while we were talking about that weird situation, we forgot to give some nice credit to Natalie Bagby with a little half Ernie over on the far side. Obviously a more of a rare situation in the senior pro game and perfectly executed by Natalie Bagby. I think everyone's a little confused.
Yeah, it happens at the end of a long day.
It does. It certainly does.
And the temperature is definitely dropping a little here in Hilton Head as we are getting into the early evening hours. It's going to make that ball start to travel a little bit faster, a little bit quicker.
No, that's good because I saw Bellamy kind of grab at her knee, but I think she hit it with her paddle, which is much, much better than anything else, any other issues with your knee.
Who hasn't hit themselves with their paddle going for a shot?
It hurts.
Yeah, good spot there from Simon.
Yeah, really getting through that two-handed backhand. She had to put it in that spot because Bellamy, with that nice wingspan, would have covered everything else.
There's nothing you can do about that. But again, it looked like Shirley and Simon were just dominating here in the second game, in control, but Bagby and Bellamy just came right back, stayed steady, have a 1-point lead. Okay,
That's the one, Lauren. You're exactly right.
Yep.
She did not leave that one in the middle, and she was rewarded with a error from her opponent. Excellent lob from Beth Bellamy, changing her spot about 3 or 4 feet to the left, and a much more effective shot.
And looked like the wind pushed it a little to the left as well, but much more straight up with that.
Yeah, it's a tough shot off of the let tape, but let's be clear, wasn't the best shot from Bellamy.
I was going to say, like, to Simon, who's playing so aggressive and so well, she's got such good offense. I just think Bellamy ultimately left that much too high and gave her an opportunity.
Yeah, you can see her wind up. She certainly is not, I would say soft is not her number one option. And you can almost see Bellamy ready to bail out as soon as she saw Simon wind up big with that two-handed backhand. You know, but then she hits one like that about an inch over the net with topspin in a very good spot. So, you know, it's just a different style, high risk, high reward.
We're tied up at 8s here in game 2. And Bellamy and Bagby looking to close this in 2.
Nice step over from Natalie Bagby, stepping to her left and poking that lefty arm in there for a great shot. Anna Shirley not able to come up with it. Oh, she almost had it. Good look from Simon. Kind of sliding over to the middle and with some nice aggression. she's
I
trying
like the
to
finishing form.
Yeah, that's right.
There's been a couple times I've seen Natalie Bagby kind of back off the line that I don't think she needed to. I think she put herself in a tough spot, kind of opening up that weird transition. Like you said, opening up your feet, exposing that. And I don't think she hit a shot that was worth backing up over. I think if she'd held her ground, certainly would have just been in a better spot to handle it.
And yeah, I think you're exactly right. And unfortunately for Shirley and Simon, after earning that side out, not able to put a point on the board. Yeah, fantastic shot from Bellamy, who saw an opportunity for offense but didn't fully hit it, jammed up, kind of pretzeled up her opponent, and slams the next ball. Great two-shot combination.
Match point for Bagby and Bellamy to head to gold. Oh, and she's going to do it. What a dig.
Gosh.
What a dig from Natalie Bagby. Oh, my goodness gracious. Anna Shirley, Angela Simon head to bronze. So, again, both these ladies teams hitting the podium, but that is our final matchup of the day. A big congrats to Beth Bellamy and Natalie Bagby heading to that gold medal match. But Adam Stone, what a day. What a day of mixed doubles and a little senior pro there to cap us off. Gotta love it. So the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open presented by Lexus, brought to you by Power Plate, the official recovery tool of the APP Tour. Selkirk, an official paddle sponsor of the APP Tour. Sunmed, your official CBD sponsor of the APP Tour. And Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pro. That will do it for us in Hilton Head today. We are back tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern time for our men's and women's doubles day. Amazing teams playing. We saw earlier, mentioned it briefly in the interview, but Althoff Merchant, final farewell tour stop here for regular pro. He teams back up with Zane Navratil tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get some of his antics on center court. Always a fantastic time, but a lot of amazing teams pairing up. So a big thank you, of course, to our USA Pickleball certified referees, our volunteers here at Palmetto Dunes Tennis and Pickleball Center here in Hilton Head. Nicole Hobson running our tournament desk, keeping those matches flowing smoothly in all of our brackets. The APP staff, Ken Dana, everybody else, of course, our Pickleball TV, rocking the production crew. We got Spencer, Sam, Ashley, Mitch over on CC2, and Steve Taylor rocking those awesome pictures we post on social media. So for the APP Tour, Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone signing off for the day. We're back tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern time. We'll see you there.
Bye-bye.